Welcome back to Texas State Dynasty as we look to finally win the conference, depending on which conference we're in. We've lost every year. Here in year number 3, 2027. We do start ranked preseason number 25. And last year was weird because we did have the Pac-12 championship on, yet we did not get a chance for whatever reason to play. They gave it to Boise State. Even though the game was turned on, I don't know if it was broken due to the number of opponents in the conference or number of teams in the conference. There were only 8. So in an effort to change that, that has been adjusted this year. Not saying that was the problem, but UNLV, who was ranked number 10 last year, is now in the pack. UTSA, one of our rivals, is now in the pack. Stanford and Cal are back. So the Pac-12 now has 12 teams. So I am very interested to see what the generated schedule will be. But we should be playing UTSA every year in the I-35 showdown, which means we have limited other options. I'm thinking Sam Houston in week 12. We've been floundering at the end of the season, but that's not an option. So if we want to play Sam Houston, week 4 is really the only other option if we want that rivalry visit. And it doesn't appear to be an option. So are we just not going to be able to play Sam Houston? We need a rivalry win to get Architect. I guess we can just say, hey, we're not going to focus on a visit week. And we're just going to get them on the schedule regardless. So this is what it looks like. Opening up on the road against 4-8 Texas A&M. I know I said take back Texas. I know I said that. I'm not sure it's the right time. You know? I don't think I want to open up against unranked A&M. They did lose Marcel Reed, but I feel like this still could be a pretty good team. Let's see, what are they rated? 83 overall. Terry Bussey's their top-rated player. Maybe it's a good time. All right, you know what? Screw it. Texas A&M, week 1. Everyone says the schedule is too easy every year. Well, now we're playing the Aggies in week 1 in an effort to take back Texas. We will start against 3 Texas teams. And then Ohio's been a pain in recruit, or actually Bowling Green maybe more than Ohio lately. But Ohio, I think, stole somebody we wanted earlier. There is a chance we can change this around. BYU could be a good game. And we got to think about visits, right? If they're going to be home games, we've got to think about, okay, who's a good visit? Louisville and Duke are always ranked, always playing well. Notre Dame is kind of insane. But I think put Louisville here at the bottom of our schedule could be a meaningful matchup. And this is a tougher year 3 schedule, but the team is better at an 87 overall. And maybe this will be the year that we reel in our first 5-star. Are any interested off the rip? Maybe not. However, there are a lot that we can actually go after, and corner will be a need now because our star corners are unfortunately all going to graduate or head to the draft, or a combination of the two. So corner is very much a need for us right now. But there are a lot of 5-stars that will actually consider us. We're not locked out right away. Really nice. All right, well, let's see what we're able to accomplish. And hopefully this is the year where we bring in a top 5 class. Our first 5-star or more. The only problem is we still don't have that many hours. Our team prestige is still incredibly low. But if we make the college football playoff this year, if we win a conference championship, this is going to go up. So I'm excited to see it happen. And let's have a good Season 3. Clifton Mollett from Birmingham. I don't know if we have any chance to get him. Auburn, Alabama, Georgia, all in the mix. But it's a gem athlete linebacker. 92 speed, 90 acceleration, 84 hit power. That's definitely a player we want. But once again, I'm adding this. I know this didn't work out well for me last year. I'm adding a lot of 5 stars without probably the ability to get a lot of 5 stars. I get that. Ooh, you stink. A speed rusher with 73 finesse move, 74 speed. But I think we will be able to get some this year. And that means I think we're going to get at least 2. I think it's very possible. I'm choosing to believe. And that's all you need is belief. And you just get whatever you want. Now, can you imagine, though? Unfortunately, it may not work that way. But we're going to be good. I feel like we're going to be good. We probably need to add a running back. Quarterback is on the list. I know they think we should be going after 2 stars and 3 stars. That can't happen. We need the 5 stars. That's what's going to take us to the next level, not the 2 and the 3 stars. I'm a little bit worried that this is a 5-star athlete tight end. I just worry about shouting his name if he were to score a touchdown. I feel like it could be taken out of context. Raphael! People are going to think I'm talking about a Ninja Turtle. That's crazy. So, this is how we're actually going to manage our points. I was telling the chat, live on twitch.tv/Bengal, I do stream this series. Usually when you only have 450 hours, 5 stars are out of the question. Out of the question. However, what makes this class interesting is our school grades are actually getting to a pretty good spot. Not amazing, but championship contenders a B+. Conference prestige is now a B because we added better teams to the pack. Coach prestige is now a B. Some of these things will continue to go up, but it's now going to be a little bit easier to hard sell some of these guys. So our grades actually aren't terrible. And as long as playing time stays good for a number of these different guys, and our play style is where it should be, we may be in business. So this is how we're allocating it. We're going after 10 players right now. This will change, but I think this is going to be the best method to try and ensure that we finally bring in our first 5-star. And we will supplement the class, as usual, with 3 and 4 stars that are not really being offered very heavily. And, of course, this was to be expected. But that's not bad. We're locked out on, like, everybody. But we're also not. Because most of those guys that locked us out instantly, we did not even try to recruit. Lorenzo Corley was one that we did. We can live with that. We can absolutely live with that. And we're going to be able to gain on some of these teams as long as we stay in the recruitments. Only Auburn and Georgia Tech have offered on Clifton Mollett. The only ones. We are in the race for some really, really good players. And we're going to clean up the board a little bit. We are going to be in a fantastic recruiting spot. If I say it, it maybe could be true. And yes, like every 5-star that we didn't offer has locked us out. That doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter. We're going to find 4 stars as well. I feel very confident about how this recruiting class is going to ultimately finish. I think this is a better method. Actually just going after the players you want fully. Imagine that. But I think it could be a good strategy. Texas A&M. Take Back Texas initiative. We actually have the overall advantage. But we are going into one of the toughest environments in college football. We got to set up our depth chart. We've got to name a starter at quarterback. A lot is going to change here. This is going to be interesting. This is definitely going to be the highest rated crowd that we faced. This crowd's going crazy already. And for such a bad team, it's interesting. They've got Lassie running out there. They just do anything in College Station. Let's get some border collie to run out on the field, hype everybody up. Shout out agriculture, I guess. We're ready to take back Texas. You know what's so sad? Is A&M would probably storm the field after beating Texas State here. Shout out to the servicemen and women. I mean the cadets. Ah, wow, okay. They're off to a hot start. They're off to a hot start. We got someone complaining about the realism of the dog in the chat. I thought the dog looked fine. Actually, the thread count, or the fur isn't realistic enough. Alright, let's make a play. Alright. We got a lot of new players for us. Riley Pettijohn is one of them. We've made changes to our secondary. Oh, that could have been a big hit. Now, I know they're rated fairly low. I mean, they're in the 80s, right? But this team is fast and physical. Quarterback looking to take off, and he's going to get brought down. Francis Brewu, the transfer, making an impact on the very first drive as a Texas State Bobcat. Josh Greenlaw off the edge has speed now, and it's going to be roughing the kicker, or the holder, I guess. That's Josh Greenlaw. That's a mistake that we just can't have happen in a game like this. Absolutely cannot have that happen. It's a lot of speed off the edge, and it's too much speed. First and goal for the Aggies. And that's too many yards for a play like that. Second and goal. I actually don't like where we're lining up. We were manned up across the formation. I don't love that. Gonna check down. Good tackling, but it's still 2 yards. Chance Johnson is high risk of injury. We've got to run commit up the middle here. And if they pitch right or something, we just got to chase it. That's exactly what it is. And we should be able to chase it down. There's Heflin making the tackle, who really shouldn't even be on the field. And we're going to force another field goal. This one from closer. And it's still good. Team definitely came out ready to play defense. Gotta love it. But they're going to be back out there. Maybe a quarterback change is needed. Spears is now playing strong safety. And that's lobbed up. And caught by the Aggies. First down A&M and a touchdown. Makes it 10-0. The crowd is going crazy. This is the first time we've had to deal with something like this. And that is a new transfer for us, Jeremy Payne. 4 rushes for 34 yards. Crowd getting loud. We're going to try Deshaun Tolliver in the slot this year. Changes can always be made. We got a lot of speed with Ryan Niblett. He can't hear the adjustment. We've just got to snap it. And we've got to take off with Malachi Nelson. Look at Nelson go. Red zone alert. We are jumping in. Texas A&M's going to need to account for that speed. Wilson in the backfield. He's looking for space. We have a lot of new action at running back. That was the transfer Colin Wilson. We see Darion Dupree. We're going to be rotating running backs pretty often. They're not accounting for Malachi Nelson. We got a block on the outside. Nelson fights into the end zone. Texas State answers with a touchdown. We brought it to within 3, pending the point after. Good drive. And a 3rd down and 5. That's the 2-minute timeout. A&M choosing to go 5 wide. We can pass commit, but we got to be aware at least that quarterback draw is a possibility. And that's a throw, and we can't find it. Josh Greenlaw has speed, but not enough. A&M with a big touchdown. Tristan Norman. It's everything I hate in this world. An A&M player. Last name of the city that OU plays in. 2-minute drill. Let's get some points. We look better on offense last drive out. We're going to keep our backs fresh, ready to go. And there's a slip screen. There's Payne, and he's looking good. Welcome to San Marcos, obviously, playing on the road here, but Payne should be a big factor for us. It's open, and it's out of reach. Held it for a little bit too long, was worried about the corner in the direction. A&M has actually rotated over. Got to watch out for that slot. He's blitzing. We're going to get rid of it. It's the new transfer, Trey Green. And he could be a monster for us here in 2027. He's got unbelievable size. Very good overall athleticism. And he can catch. There's Payne out of the backfield. And I think he could be an unbelievable talent for us this year. We didn't run the ball a lot in year 1 and way less even in year 2. Snap the ball. They're not accounting for the slot. It's absolutely wide open. Raheem Bickley touchdown. We are fighting and clawing back here at Kyle Field. Bickley was just uncovered. A&M too stupid. Figured out you have to cover a receiver if you want to stop him. 17-14, A&M with the lead here in the 3rd quarter. Come on, Don Ringo. Make a play. That's decent coverage, but the catch is made anyway. Drew Overton's had a nice game for A&M so far. But we take the football back. We got Ryan Niblett returning punts, which is a really good role for him to be in. And he's someone that can absolutely take the top off of the defense. I don't know the play. Is the problem. I don't know the play. We're going to figure it out. And we're not going to have time to figure it out. A&M's going to force the punt. And we need our defense to play well, and they are playing well. 1st and 10 on the 10. It's weird. How is this not 1st and goal? Look where the ball is. It's inside the 10. It's not just outside. Kind of insane. They're not ready for the Malachi Nelson scramble. He's got 7 rushes for 57 yards. And we've got Payne that can potentially find the end zone here. Look at Payne, juking back inside. And that is a very interesting way to get 1. He's got a little bit of an increased risk of injury. Guess what? He's out of the game. Colin Wilson jumps in. We've got a rotation. 3rd and goal. Up the middle. Colin Wilson touchdown. You're going to see a lot of backs rotate in this year because we have that capability. We hit the transfer portal hard. We have 3 or 4 backs that I feel, especially 3, that I feel comfortable going to. Of course, we have LJJ from last year, but he's 4th. Texas State takes the lead, and our defense needs to continue to play well. Now, in these types of spots, they've completed these passes. We're going to trust to man up We're going to contain the quarterback. And that just cannot be completed. Drew Overton has been intercepted in this game, but he's got so much confidence in the arm to hit these throws. These are really tough throws to make, and he's consistently doing it. Here's 3rd and 5. Pressure. Gets there, but the ball was released before we could get him to the ground. With just 5 minutes to go and a 4-point deficit, Texas A&M will try and convert a 4th and 5. We know this is absolute trash. It's not actually a run, and it's another completion. Overton is just ripping and ripping. These are incredible throws. I don't know if I love where we're lining up. They can really do a lot of different things here. A touchdown gives them the lead, and they are going to run the ball all the way down to the 1-yard line. It's Armin Marcook. Got to get him on the bench, or maybe you prefer a chair. Here's a run. Touchdown, Aggies. That was Marcook. Down by 3. 3 minutes to play. Everything on the line here in week 1. That was Trades Green. Got Wilson in the game. We're going to try a screen. We barely get the throwaway. Good block. Colin Wilson breaks a tackle, and Colin Wilson explodes into A&M territory. I think that's going to bring us to the 2-minute timeout. Touchdown wins the game. 3 would be okay. We're probably about on the edge of field goal range at this point. But obviously, we're not playing for 3. Get the ball in the hands of our playmakers. And this year, we have a lot of them. We haven't seen Eugene Wilson yet. He's actually not even on the field right now. He's not hurt. He's just catching his breath, maybe. 2nd and 7. That's open. There's Dupree. We've got such a good rotation of guys. That was Darion Dupree, the running back, who's capable of catching the football. We just saw it. We'll sling out there to Wilson, who steps out. That stops the clock. Time not really a factor. We have 3 timeouts. 1 minute and 7 on the clock. We just need to be able to move the ball, as that is dropped by Ryan Niblett. And suddenly we're in trouble. Crowd getting loud. This is a pivotal 3rd and 9. Niblett can't hear the adjustment. Here is 3rd and 9. Under pressure, Nelson fumbles the football. It's recovered by A&M. We needed to get rid of it and play for 4th down. It's an improved O-line, but it's not improved that much, I guess. It's a huge fumble. It's the former Texas State Bobcat Jalazon Landry. There's a traitor in the midst. Unbelievable. We're still in this game. We need to stop. We have 3 timeouts. They'd run the ball. We have nobody over here. It's a screen. Where are we? How do we allow that? Where's the coverage? What is the matchup there? Who is manned up? Why are you sprinting into the block? Because he thought it was a run? Strickland. Everyone's watching. Nobody's attacking the football. Disgusting. And that's our best corner too, Braxton. This one is basically over. They're still going to throw? Game over. Texas A&M gets the week 1 win. Their defense clutches up to the former Texas State Bobcat. Man. If that was my man, why do I have a linebacker across the field manned up with the boundary wide receiver? How is that possibly the assignment? Why does that make any sense? Why would the Mike linebacker be manned up against the boundary receiver? That's unfortunate. Maybe they had motion. I didn't catch it. We're going to drop game 1. We're going to fall out of the top 25, but we got a real chance to get back into it. The problem with losing this game is 5 stars are going to see this result, and because we're just fringe B+ championship contender, we're going to be dropping to at least a B. Riley Pettijohn with a pick. And that's absolutely going to hurt recruiting. That's going to have a huge impact. We just got to hope we keep B championship contender and don't drop to a B-. Well, interestingly enough, we keep B+ championship contender, which is right. And now we'll play Sam Houston in a rivalry game. As you can see, I did change the way points were spread out. You see some players did drop to, 40 or 30. Why is that? Well, I saw we had a chance to get involved for 2 more 5 stars. And I think it was the right call because we are heavily in the mix. I do want LaMarcus Awe. So we're spreading ourselves a little thinner than I would like. But I don't think it's especially bad. I'm really liking how it looks so far. We just need to keep our foot on the gas pedal. I wish I had more than 450 hours. In an ideal world, I'm not going after one of these 5 stars. But I mean, we've got a pretty good chance here. We've got a pretty good chance. When it comes time to start scheduling visits, we're going to miss some of these hours. So there may come a time where we go, okay, it probably is not in our best interest to pursue Greg Hedgie or Henry Denson or Timmy Batonia or whoever it happens to be, right? But right now, I like where recruiting is. If we just had 50 or 100 more hours in a week, we could get by with 550. 450 is just so low. Why does this game matter? How can I get you excited for this game? Well, we're 0-1. We're looking for our first win of the season. But more importantly, we're looking to win our 4th rivalry game to unlock Architect. Why is Architect important? Well, QBs and any other position can earn XP bonuses for every 3-game win streak. We're going to be doing that. Quarterbacks or any other position earn additional XP for in-game goals. But a chance to increase a random skill cap when leveling up. That is extremely valuable, especially at quarterback. We should absolutely destroy Sam Houston. Battle of 2 0-1 teams. And I'm interested, do any of these 5 stars have a playstyle deal breaker? They really don't. So playstyle is not really even going to be a factor this year for us, at least right now. Our only factor, other than keeping the guys we have on the team, is winning games. And this is going to be a win. Texas A&M was a tough opponent. Sam Houston is not. They're just not. We're going to break out the alternates. We're going to win this rivalry game. And we're going to start to build some momentum. We're going to build some momentum. This is, and I don't want to set up a loss as the rain comes down here in San Marcos, but this is as free of a game as we could possibly hope to and expect to have at this point. This can absolutely, under no circumstances, ever be a loss. Here we go. It's not a trap game. The rain makes it a little bit weird, but this is automatically a win. We've got a better O-line. We've got way better running backs. We will absolutely win the battle up front. Jeremy Payne, 2 rushes, 34 yards already, and that was just a gain of 2. Eugene Hilton's out on the field. We're going to get him the ball. Touchdown, Eugene Hilton Jr. T.Y.'s son finds the end zone. Unfortunately, not in the sun, as it's raining like always. This is going to be a massacre. Here's 3rd and 6. I tried to hit RB. Might actually want to go for it, though. I think we beat this team by no less than 28 points. Wide open is Trey'Dez Green. Trey'Dez Green is a tank. Look at him go. But he can really, really move. He's got 50-50. I just think, yeah, he knows it too. I honestly think we try a high point and just see if he comes down with it. Trey'Dez Green, touchdown. Hey, that might be an option. That might be something we can go to a little bit more often. 14-0 Bobcats. Sam Houston was knocking on the door, but didn't enter. 3rd and 9. If they ever press Ryan Niblett, it's over. We're going to throw it to him anyway. He's just got so much speed. So much speed. We've got to be able to get him the football. And it's going to be streaks and drags and things. Here's 3rd and 8. We're going to check down. There's Payne. There was a way where we actually convert there, but it didn't happen. On 4th and 2, I think we keep the offense out on the field. We expect to convert these. Oh, look at Tolliver. The improved hands already showing up in year 2. His sophomore season. Nice catch by Deshaun Tolliver. Good coverage. Got to give it to Sam Houston. And look at Colin Wilson. I call him Don Tolliver, Deshaun Tolliver. 21-0 Bobcats. We are not holding back in this one. We are not holding back. Trying to score a touchdown every time we touch the football. Ooh, and Colin Wilson feeling that one a little bit. He's going to check out for a while. Enter Darion Dupree. Ooh. It's weird when the O-line decides to be good versus bad. It's a 4-man rush. No, it is actually 5. But the left tackle's confused and doesn't pick up the immediate threat off the edge. Instead opts to try to pick up the linebacker. So even though we blocked 6, a rusher got in free instantly. 3rd and 8. Malachi Nelson taking off, untouched, 28-0 Bobcats. This is what it should look like against Sam Houston. It's a shame there are no visitors on campus to see this. Because this is what it should look like. Get it to Trey'Dez Green. A little underthrown, it doesn't matter. He catches those. Malachi Nelson, Heisman season loading. We've got Trey'Dez Green. We've got superb speed all over the place. Niblett's gone. Get it out there. Touchdown, Ryan Niblett. Nice snag. The former Texas receiver / running back making an impact for us. And our defense is locked down. Our offense is unbelievable. What about a deep post? We're going to keep Dupree in the block. And get it out there. Oh, good coverage from the safety. Actually, didn't intercept it, I'm surprised. It looks like he was going to play way too shallow on that. But he did actually get back to cover it. Okay, Trades Green is absolutely disgusting. You get a foot out? Yeah, it looks like it. No, he didn't. Why was the clock not moving? They spotted the ball. I waited for the ball to get spotted. And we just lost some time there. End of timeout. I didn't think he got out of bounds at first, but I'm like, all right, he must have. It's a decent route, but not a good ball. The problem is Trades Green is a senior here. So we've got one season of this. But it could be a glorious season. Oh, he dropped it! Heard footsteps and could not haul it in. But I've got a pretty good idea that we want to get him the football a lot. Throwing it up for Niblet. He's got a step, but really good coverage. And it's 4th and 10. At this point in the half, I think going for it is not the worst idea. And we're going to launch it up for Eugene Hilton. And it's underthrown. And Sam Houston takes over, but with no time to do anything, we'll move to the third quarter. 35-7 now. I said we would not lose or not win by any less than 28. And that's exactly the margin right now. How about a turnover? There we go. Ball comes loose. Strip sack and a recovery by Bart Longacre. This team's fired up. Man, Bart Longacre has got a big head and a lot of heart. Who actually got in there? It was Charlie Collins. He's a really good pass rusher for us. You look at the hands. He just won instantly. Looked like a little two-hand swipe. And an easy path to the quarterback. 3rd and 3. I need this rush to slow down. Like, please. We went for it and didn't get it there. 4th and 12. They're testing Braxton in coverage. That's not a great idea. Their pass rush actually has been insane. Let's get Darion Dupree a rush on 2nd down. Ooh, look at the battle to get the first. Gotta love that. I don't see a way where this is not 42 here. Colin Wilson back in the game. He's got 8 rushes for 35. I mean, we might have 3 running backs finish with 500 yards this year. Which would be pretty insane, considering we didn't even have 1 running back finish above 300 yards the year before. The fact that we could now have multiple running backs, you know, account for 1,500 or more yards would be awesome. Touchdown, Colin Wilson. 42-7. 42-14. And I guess we're going to jump in here. The game has all but been decided. Maybe we go with a shot to the end zone. Get Malachi Nelson those Heisman votes. Slot fade to Tolliver. He makes the catch, turns up the sideline, and scores with 2 seconds to go. Deshaun Tolliver kept the feed in. Nearly batted down at the line. But instead he stays in and shows you why he's playing despite being the 4th highest rated receiver on this team. Malachi Nelson trying to get that Heisman. We get our first win of the season in dominant fashion over Sam Houston. 4 touchdowns, 287 yards passing for Nelson. You know, Jeremy Payne could have done more, but was limited to just 6 carries. Colin Wilson led the way, and he scored 2 touchdowns. Nelson had a scrambling touchdown. Touchdowns for Eugene Hilton, Ryan Niblet, Trades Green, and Deshaun Tolliver. I mean, platinum 50-50, I think, could go a long way. Raheem Bickley did manage to secure a catch. 2 sacks for Francis Brewu. Borda had 1.5. Charlie Collins, 1.5. No picks in this one, although we were close. And Riley Pettijohn was hurt in this game. Hopefully nothing serious. But we are back in the win column. Recruiting update. It doesn't look great on Derek Bohannon. Rafael Hua doesn't look amazing either. But we've taken the lead on Matt Tompkins. Getting a 5-star quarterback as our first commit would be electric. Pacing well on Gallipo. Clifton Millette, number 1. Doing really well there. Kyle Abel, we're about to jump into the lead. We're pacing okay for Greg Hedgie. Into the top 2 on Terrell DeVry. He's just not being recruited that much right now. But this looks a lot like the running back situation from last year, where Texas ended up winning him at the buzzer, right? I want to put more points on LaMarcus Awe, but I just don't have him right now. We're about to be number 1 on Henry Denson. We could be number 1 pretty soon on Timmy Batonio, and even though we're top 5 on Eduardo Sambrelo, he's probably just going to stay home in Houston. So recruiting's going great. Again, I wish I had more than 450 hours. It would be so much easier right now, but we don't. So we're making do. And it looked like the Riley Pettijohn injury was just something that knocked him out of the game, but not the season or anything like that. So we're looking still very good there. Now, I was a little bit concerned about some of the players that were jumping into the game in certain spots. So I just want to make sure everything is where we need it to be. Because there were some not so great players that were just stumbling out onto the field. I think particularly at linebacker. Like Ashton Heflin, I don't want to ever see you on the field. I'm sorry, I don't. And he just kept kind of wandering out there. He can't ever be out there. I apologize. Transfer for playing time. You're not good enough, buddy. Rivalry game against UTSA. Should be more of the same. They are a 66 overall. We have gotten better. They have got a lot worse. So, sorry about that, but it's just not their season. Well, maybe they can have a good season. They can have an okay season. They just can't beat us. And they're not going to. We're going to improve to 2-1. You can basically guarantee a win here. We're going to run the rock. We're going to throw when necessary. It's a night game. We got the blackout unis on. We've got beautiful weather. We've got absolutely no chance of losing to the Roadrunners. We're going to run them all the way back to San Antonio. Let's go, Bobcats. What do you guys know about Bobcat Goldthwait? A name that means anything to you? Third and 9. Let's make a play. You want to jump around? There's nowhere to go. You want to jump around? Go to Wisconsin. Let's start scoring. That's what offense is for us right now. Let's start scoring. Ryan Niblett on the first play. We could see magic right away. He actually might have that. That's a pretty good ball as well. Niblett with a step. Niblett makes the catch. It's an 80-yard touchdown to start. Get off the field. I'm actually pissed UTSA showed up to this game. Who do you think you are? I am. Ryan Niblett, touchdown. And Malachi Nelson took a shot as well. Didn't matter. Didn't matter. Too much speed. Too good. Although a lot of time has passed since our last touchdown. Malachi Nelson on the move. A lot of speed from the edge. Scrambling around. Got the throw away. We'll get 3. I didn't like anything there. Nelson showing some good mobility. And while our kicker is, as you can see, not nearly as good as he was last year, that actually could cause some problems later in the year. We still are able to drill. Let's keep it up. Let's keep doing our thing. 4th and 1. Can we run commit up the middle here? We're going to. And that is a great stop. Turnover on downs. Allah has nowhere to go. I got to be careful with that one. Here's 3rd and 3. Oh, Payne is going to be swallowed up. Only 9 rushes for 19 yards. They're stopping the running game right now. How do we get Trades Green involved? That's such a good route. Trades Green over the top! I mean, he is a freak athlete. Can we run the ball this time? Not really. Trades Green kind of lining up at H-back. Could be super overpowered. He's going to score. Trades Green touchdown. 6'7". With that type of speed, we got to get the ball in his hands a lot. $17-0 Bobcats. We approach halftime, and we're now into the 3rd quarter. Got a takeaway. It was a Micah Strickland interception, and he's young. He's only a sophomore transfer who is really, really good already, and that's a Ryan Niblett touchdown, his 2nd today. 24-0. UTSA finally has found the scoreboard. And if you think we're punting on 4th and inches, you got another thing coming. And I think speed option with this team now is going to be insane. Ooh. Why is their run defense so good? We have not been able to get Jeremy Payne going today. He had a really nice game on 6 carries last game, but more carries has not equaled more yards for him today. Yeah, I mean, just there's nothing we can do. It's a completion of the tight end if we leave that. 24-9. This is like, it's not close, but it's shockingly close. And they're flying off the edge. If we throw that maybe a second earlier than we did, I think that's a touchdown, but we didn't. 3rd and 7. Running back wide open. If we can't run the ball with Jeremy Payne, let's throw it to him. 1st and goal. I mean, I just want to throw the ball to Trades Green. High point inaccurate. We had a touchdown. 2nd and goal. There's Deshaun Tolliver. He scores anyway. $31-9. UTSA going for it. I wish our defense was honestly doing a bit more in this game. We got Micah Strickland coming in to play the slot. That's going to be his role on this team, and that's going to push... good coverage. Here's a deep shot. Brown in coverage. Zabian Brown with the knockdown. Better than the interception in that spot. But we pushed Ayers back to free safety. I just think it's a better role for everybody. And we're going to be pretty happy with that combination. Here's Ryan making the catch. On 4th and 2, we end up scoring 38. It's 38-9. 4th and 8 for UTSA. How about a takeaway? He's trying to take off. And that's good coverage. Incompletion. That was Josh Greenlaw getting a hand in there and making sure that couldn't be completed. But I really thought that was going to end up being an interception, and it just didn't happen. Malachi Nelson with the carry. And we're about to punch it in here. First and goal from the 8. Get Eugene Hilton a catch. Oh, he dropped it. He dropped a guaranteed touchdown, but he was trying to run before he secured the catch. Can't do that. There's Tolliver. As Uber Ajongo is hurt. Limping. Oh no. He's playing right tackle for us this year. And that is not something we want to see. He is one of our highest rated offensive linemen. Jeremy Payne, touchdown. That'll do it. Thank you to UTSA for showing up. But we win the I-35 showdown. That's a couple rivalry games to start the year. And I wish we could have scheduled them at different times, but this is when it could happen. 200 passing yards on the nose for Malachi Nelson, 5 total touchdowns. I wish the O-line played a bit better, but it's still a pretty good result. 60 rushing yards for Payne. Nelson had 67, also a touchdown for both. And we didn't really get a lot of different backs going in this game. Niblett, 5 for 110, 2 touchdowns. Trades Green with a touchdown. Deshaun Tolliver also found the end zone. Really disappointed with the drop for Eugene Hilton. It's not counting as a drop, but it was. Micah Strickland in the slot is a menace. 12 tackles, 2 for loss for Longacre. We had sacks for Borda and Tadarius Collins, and then 2 picks for Micah Strickland. 12 tackles and 2 interceptions. If he is not the Pac-12 Conference Player of the Week, I would be absolutely blown away. Because he's got to be. What a performance. This team just feels different this year. I know we lost to A&M to start. We will avenge that loss. But we're looking really good so far. B+ championship contender. Some of the receivers are threatening to transfer based on play style. Or at least Raheem Bickley is. Collins wants to transfer because I guess we're not getting enough sacks right now. But for the most part, I'm not really worried about anything. Now, Spears wants a higher championship contender. We're going to satisfy that. We're going to move up to at least A-. Micah Strickland is your Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Week. Yeah, he's been looking great so far. It's also a National Defensive Player of the Week for Micah Strickland, which I guess with that stat line you would be. And Malachi Nelson is your Pac-12 Offensive Player of the Week, but highly likely to be national. And we scheduled BYU week 4, so actually a fairly good opponent. And now we have players available for visits. Oh, man. We've got to figure out how to do this because we are absolutely in range for these players. We are pacing well for the 5 stars. But in order to schedule visits, we are going to need to take points off of somebody. That's the problem. I don't really want to do that. But we need visits in a huge way. And some of these guys are going to be expensive because they're far away. And we don't really have any meaningful visit week either. Boise State, maybe? But that's week 8. A lot of these are not going to last to that point. But I don't want to get my hopes up too much. But we look really, really good for a lot of these top recruits. And there are actually only 2 possibilities that this could even be. Or Derek Bohannon. We are pacing quite well. Not ready to schedule a visit just yet. We're going to have to take points off of somebody. I think Clifton Millette, even we want him a lot. 92 speed, 90 acceleration, could play probably safety, linebacker, edge. He could probably do a lot. We've got a decent lead there right now. And I know these are famous last words. Terrell DeVry, because he's a safety. I think we can probably take it a little easy on. If we've got a chance to get these players, I want to get them. But it's going to cost, 50 to secure some of these players. It'll cost 50 for LaMarcus Awe per week. It may cost 50 for Anthony Gallipo. And that would be a big 5-star edge rusher to add. We've got some decisions to make, that's for sure. Uber Ajongo, complete PCL tear. His season is over. I didn't really count on that happening, but you can't. Who's going to step in at right tackle? Sully Burns? I don't think so. I think Preston Ward makes the most sense to jump in. And I think that's who it's going to be. Now, we could potentially play the freshman. But I don't think I want to do that. Preston Ward has very good pass blocking. He's a little small for a tackle, but he's college right tackle. I feel like I can get away with it without having to move the entire offensive line around. We could do like a Donovan Jackson thing at Ohio State where, Josh Simmons got hurt, and then Donovan Jackson kicked from left guard to left tackle, and he was a starter, and then a backup came in to play left guard. So that's or even right guard. I mean, we've seen that. But this is what I'm going to try right now. Playing the freshman could be a good idea in some games. BYU, I'm slightly concerned about. BYU is better than a typical 2-2 team. Like, this is an actual team that if they beat us, I'd be like, well, it is BYU. They're okay. Obviously, I don't expect to lose to BYU here, but I'd be foolish to not recognize it as a possibility. As every time we jump into the game, Jeremy Payne, kicked off the drive with a really nice run, but we really haven't seen many of those yet. Touchdown, Ryan Niblett. Maybe if we have a lead in the second half, we could make a change. You guys in the chat can remind me of that, and we can potentially consider that at the time. Maybe a halftime type of deal. I like Tolliver on a post here, depending on what the safety does. But he doesn't do what I want. We go to Trades Green. Trades Green goes to the end zone. Is he hitting the big Justice Costco guys celebration? We bring the boom? Trades Green knows ball. We bring the boom. That's what we do. Dude, I love the Costco guys. And the Rizzler. $14-0 Bobcats. Ooh, this actually does look like it could be a blowout. It's got the makings of a blowout. Tolliver gonna make it 4th and short. Let's just take the points. Got to get used to the timing of this new kicker. His accuracy isn't as good, so the meter's going a little bit crazier, unfortunately. And our defense is actually going crazy against BYU. Doesn't really seem like they have a chance. I mean, their defense can barely even get set. Jeremy Payne. Ooh, I thought he was for sure going to set up the safety and score an easy touchdown. It didn't happen. First and goal. That's not what we want either. We may just have to pass for it. We've got Trades Green. We've got options. We also have Raheem Bickley. He's going to score. We do need more receptions for receivers specifically. So it wouldn't be a bad idea to start getting these receivers the ball a little bit more. They need a ton of catches to be satisfied, I'll tell you that. They don't like tight ends catching the ball. They don't like running backs. It's got to be a receiver, or they want to go elsewhere. Deshaun Tolliver can't be dropping these at this point in his career. I'm playing him the slot for a reason. There are other receivers we can go to. I'm playing him. He cannot drop the ball. Get another chance. All right. We'll take that. But I thought drops with him were pretty much a thing of the past. I don't think there will ever be a Chris Dunn Jr. again, like, where the receiver just doesn't drop it. Maybe if we could actually get a 5-star on campus, that could happen. As Malachi Nelson scrambles for a TD. But Chris Dunn Jr. legitimately caught every pass except for like one where he got drilled in his entire Texas State career. Oh, we just didn't cover that. I didn't think they'd be smart and hit the open man, but they did. 14 for BYU now, and they have the football. 4 split out to the left side is such an unusual look. Pressure gets there. Borda brings him down. Kyron Borda gets his 2nd sack of the game. I'm trying to remember the last time I saw 4 to one side of the field. That is just not something you see very often. That's a very, very college football thing. 4th and 5, very manageable. Don't want to settle for 3 here. We've got Tolliver. He makes the catch. Malachi Nelson looking for touchdown number 4. And this is going to be incredibly good with Ryan Niblett because his speed is so exceptional. And he's got such great agility that if they have the angle, we can just make a man miss. Ryan Niblett touchdown. And maybe we should have gone in and played the freshman right tackle so we can get some reps and maybe improve. He's got a good development trait. Malachi Nelson goes for 5 total touchdowns, about 300 passing yards. Again, we need more catches by receivers if we want to keep Raheem Bickley. We had a very good game overall for Malachi Nelson. We didn't run the ball that well. Darion Dupree and his limited touches did well, 5 for 38. The receivers should have played great. Ryan Niblett, 9 for 121 with 2 touchdowns. He's not going to be here next year. Neither is Trey'Dez Green, who had a touchdown. Deshaun Tolliver should be, 4 for 64 and 2 drops. And a touchdown for Raheem Bickley. 3 TFLs and 3 sacks for Kyron Borda. It's going to count TFLs as sacks. 2 for Brewu, 2 for Bart Longacre at a sack, 1.5 for Brewu. Charlie Collins got 1 as well. No interceptions in this one, but the pass rush got going a little bit. And we are absolutely on a roll right now. We are cooking. We've got to set up some visits. We have 1 set up. We have 1. And I think we're going to leave it that way going into week 5. The thing is, you're going to have Clemson. You're going to have U of H potentially set up visits if we don't, and they could take a week that we want. LaMarcus Awe is supposed to be here next week. He's a top 50 player. It's kind of interesting that he's from Lubbock and Texas Tech is not going after him a little bit more. But what we might want to do is actually set up a visit right now. You know, like week 6. Or something for Derek Bohannon. It's week 4 right now. So you got to think 2 weeks away. We would need to create a lot of hours to do that. We'd want to get Gallipo on campus for week 6 as well. And ideally, the quarterback for Derek Bohannon, week 6 would be ideal. How close is Matt Tompkins to getting a top 5? Very close. So we would be able to get him on campus week 6 if we wanted to. So here's what we're going to do. This is a little bit scary. I'm probably going to go 35 for right now. I need to get a Bohannon visit set up, and I think Galippo needs a visit set up as well. His are a little bit cheaper. I don't want to lose Millette, but I've taken these points down, and this is what I talked about not doing at the start of the year, and I'm doing it. But just for a week, and then we're going to go back. You've got to take points off if you want to schedule these visits, and I think if we want any chance of beating out Clemson, we've got to set up a visit. And it may end up that Boise State week is the all-important week, but we got to get him on campus a little bit before that, or else he probably ends up at Clemson. And Galippo, I'm thinking week 6 as well. I think the timing on that could work out really nicely. And even if it's just a B on the sell, I know that's not a great idea. I just don't want to risk U of H and TCU saying, hey, week 6, week 8, and then we don't even get a chance to get a visit for him. So I think that's just something we need to do. And the only thing left to consider now is whether or not, I want that right tackle to start. That's the only thing. This is going to be a very telling matchup. Colorado State's actually 3-1, but I'm sure they're going to be considered a lesser quality opponent, despite having the same record. We got LaMarcus Awe on campus. He's from Lubbock. Got a 3-star pipeline there. TCU is also making a hard push. They've scheduled a week 10, but we are actually gaining a little bit more than they are. And with the visit, we are on track to win this. We got proximity to home. He's a top 50 player. Would be a great first get to the class. And if we could just get him committed, we'd have more points for everybody else. And we are in some battles. But as always, you know the deal. Get a blowout victory in there. Colorado State's just not very good. One, I don't want to say that actually. Here, okay, one, opening in the armor, and, everything could come falling down. If you have a right tackle that can't protect, you could be in some real trouble. So, we're going to start the freshman today, and we're going to see what it looks like. But, what was the name of the tackle for Dallas that got absolutely cooked? It was before Terrence Steele. He had an interesting name. He allowed like 7 sacks to, and I can't remember anybody's name right now. No, not Lel. It was Chaz Green. Chaz Green allowed like 7 sacks in one game to Adrian Claiborne. And that could kill an offense. Now, at some point, you got to look at Chaz Green and know he's going to get cooked and operate around that. Get him help. I think that's probably part of a coaching issue. We're up 7-0 already. Because you got to start chipping Adrian Claiborne. I know no disrespect to Adrian Claiborne, but at the NFL level, he was a good college player. Really, really was. At the NFL level, you don't necessarily game plan around Adrian Claiborne as Bart Longacre has smashed the quarterback. Colorado State already faking injuries to try and get out of this one. But it's 7-3. All right, that's a true freshman. Chuck Smythe making his first career start at right tackle. That's the end of the first quarter. That's the guy to watch. If he can play well, we might have a star on our hands, and he does have star development. So, I'm hoping he can hold his own. Right tackle has been a big problem at times. They're lining up offsides. That's a free play. Shot to the end zone. Ryan Niblett caught it anyway. Their corner was in the backfield. Run that back. As Navy beats Air Force. We love a free play. 3rd and 3. Let's get Tolliver working to the outside. He's got cutter. So some of these routes he runs are just incredible. And there he goes. Deshaun Tolliver inside the 10. I love that formation when we can just utilize these, you know, these receivers and their route running ability. As Trades Green makes the snag. It's just, you know, there's not too many receivers that have that type of ability, and there's not too many corners that can keep up. As well, especially not at this level. When you're playing Colorado State, like, this is what it should look like. Deshaun Tolliver touchdown. Bring the boom. He's going to hit the salute. 21-3. 28-3. This is an unlosable game at this point. It'd be unfathomable if a team could come back down 28-3. Malachi Nelson taking off. There's the spin. 53 seconds in the half. We want to keep Malachi Nelson healthy. But we also want to be able to move the ball. Sometimes that's going to mean that we have to run with him. Uncorking a deep bomb for Tolliver. He makes the catch. And he's continuing a great game. Deshaun Tolliver adds another. I really feel like he could be a star for us. He doesn't have star dev or anything, but I just think the fact that he spawned in, we got him with silver cutter off the rip. Like, he's got some real potential. It's 34-3, and we need a blowout win with the visitor on campus. That's looking pretty good right now. Oh, look at the power running of Jeremy Payne. Touchdown. He hits the salute in honor of Deshaun Tolliver. Teammates getting after it. 41-3. 41-10. 41-17. All right, slow down. What's happening? That got out of hand quickly. Ooh, I thought that was going to get picked up. It's another injury on the O-line. Tree Babalade this time, the transfer, is hurt. Is that a third touchdown for Deshaun Tolliver? It is. Deshaun Tolliver's on a mission right now. We're going to bring in Wyatt Minor for the injured Tree. 48-17. And it is 3rd and 3. Up by a billion. And that's actually wide open. Ryan Niblett inside the 10. Malachi Nelson's thrown for over 400 yards. And we got to continue to get these receivers involved. You haven't seen them play a lot today or lately. As Ryan Niblett had a touchdown and didn't just drop back. If we want to keep guys like Raheem Bickley, we got to throw the ball to receivers. So we've seen some opportunities to do just that. Malachi Nelson keeps it and can't get in. It's a shot maybe we didn't need to take. In blowouts, we've got to be pretty cognizant of that. And it may not be a bad time to pull him. Okay. Well, that was clearly a miscommunication. Yeah, Eugene Helton, he hasn't done too much. But he dropped the ball as Malachi Nelson's going to take a shot. And I'm still mad about the drop. Still mad about the drop. 4th and 10. Airs in coverage. Shot down the field. Braxton is there. Good coverage. He's been such a consistent player for us. And I think we will pull Malachi Nelson out of the game and get a look at Julian Duggar at least. And you know what? I'm gonna take Ryan Niblett out and move Eugene Hilton down for Raheem Bickley. 3rd and 6. Just gonna move where these guys are playing. And there goes Duggar. Backup quarterback, the lefty in the game. I don't want to do mass subs because there are, like, I don't want to take Chuck Smythe out. Because we could, like, manually change that. I want to leave the back in as Jeremy Payne gets in there. I think that was the Platinum shift deactivating. That felt amazing. He felt like he was moving at 100 miles per hour. Platinum or Heisman level shifty, I think is insane. 55-20 is your final. Malachi Nelson is your player of the game. 408 through the air, 6 touchdowns, and another win. We're 4-1. 27-36 for Nelson. Duggar only completed a pass. And Payne at 25 for 144. 2 touchdowns, did fumble. Where are the other running backs? None of them getting involved. What a game for Deshaun Tolliver. Gold cutter now, of course. 8 for 145, 3 touchdowns. Eugene Hilton, who we're leaving out apparently, had 7 for 153 and 2 touchdowns. Didn't even talk about him that much, but he dominated. Touchdown for Ryan Niblett. And then defensively, 3 TFLs for Borda, 2 for Brewu, a sack for Borda. Collins and Longacre, of course, smashed the quarterback to start. And it's just another great performance as we are trending towards our first conference championship and college football playoff appearance. I say trending towards. We have not played anybody good yet besides A&M. And we're just dominating really bad teams, as we are unfortunately locked out on a number of players we were not recruiting, but we're focusing on the 5 stars. That's what's happening right now. It's all we can do. And we'll play Washington State. Chris Dawn Jr. should not be there anymore. And it's not looking good for Derek Bohannon. We got a week 6 visit, though. That could end up being a game changer. I'm going to say, while it doesn't look good, it's not over yet. Shout out Daughtry. It's not over. I do want to add a 5-star receiver. Badly. Maybe he plays tight end. I don't know. That is a 5-star receiver, in a way. But I want a 5-star wide receiver. We settled on Derek Bohannon, and it's not going amazingly. That's one where I should just say, hey, we're probably not going to win that one. Let's get out. But I'm not, I can't give up on you. The big visit could change things. It may not. And we're going to know after this week whether or not to stop recruiting him. But it will help the quarterback, Matt Tompkins. Because Ole Miss wants him. Man, our grades are not very good here. B, D plus C. Those are really bad. Here's the deal. You got Matt Tompkins and Derek Bohannon on campus today. Bohannon is probably a lost cause. But if we have a huge day, maybe there's something there, but it really looks awful. I'm going to leave them on for one more week. And Matt Tompkins is starting to look not great. He's on campus today. Complimentary visit with Bohannon. Tompkins has a D-plus playing style currently. If we had better individual grades, we would have a way better chance. What is he like? Offensive pass yards per game. Currently, we're at a D-plus. Only 271. We need to light up the scoreboard today against Washington State. I think we're playing just the right team to do so. So we're going to play offense only. We're going to try to score as many points as possible, yes, but get as many passing yards as possible. It's not going to be a balanced offense today. We need to absolutely air it out. It's raining. I hate the rain. I was hoping we would have like the 1 in 10 chance of not playing in the rain for this one. But it's not the case. Here we go. Passing yards per game. I'm thinking like 700 would be nice. Let's see if we can do it. Taking a shot for Stamey. Haven't seen much of him, but there he goes. 46 yards up the seam. That's our second string tight end. Our star from last year. Stamey balling out. There's Tolliver. Deshaun Tolliver makes the snag. Yeah, we're already cooking. Hopefully our defense is able to play well in simulation. There's Ryan Niblett. He's down to the 4. Red wine into the game is kind of interesting. Nelson on the move. Oh, he's being contained. Receiver in the area. That's not intentional grounding. Don't even consider it. Here's 3rd and 1. Rifle it in there. Bickley drops the ball. I get that that was a bullet, but that's a catch I'd like to see him make. 4th and 1. On the move, throwing crossbody. Eugene Hilton Jr. with the score. It took a lot, but we got there. And we don't have enough passing yards right now. We need even more. 1st and 10. On the move again. Playmaker up the field and out of the reach of Eugene Hilton Jr. Second and 10. Oh, we have a step. It's not a good throw. It's going to be intercepted. You got to throw to the open space, Malachi. It's a touchdown if you do. Instead, it's a pick. We had something there. Oh, we have a step. Ryan Niblett. Got to be a house call. 96 yards if he can outrun Clark. And he can. 96-yard touchdown as Ryan Niblett runs past everybody. You got to shoot the cannon for that. I mean, there was nobody even close. Too much speed for Ryan Niblett. Sun, rain, snow, it doesn't matter. Ryan Niblett's running by people. Rain or shine. 13-3. It's another pick for Malachi Nelson. The linebacker was just sitting on the line and just put his hands up. He was blending in and just sat in the throwing lane. I mean, that's an unreal play. Washington State with 10. Okay, dude. We got to dial in here. 2 picks already for Malachi Nelson is a lot. It's a throw at a sack pick. There's number 3 of the first quarter. We're making a change. These are some unlucky picks, but we're making a change. I can't believe this performance. Get Julian Duggar in here. Throw at a sack interception. Got a lob up to the middle of the field instead of the right side. RPO slant. The linebacker playing on the line of scrimmage gets the takeaway. I mean, it's just some of the stuff. You just got to be kidding me. There's Trades Green. Maybe Duggar gives us the spark. He is the more accurate quarterback. He doesn't have quite the speed, doesn't have quite the arm. But he is definitely more accurate. There's no question about that. It's 13-13 against Washington State. Or are we trying to do too much? Are we trying to go deep too often? Well, we do need a lot of yards. There's no question about that. But maybe we're not taking the right approach to get there. I mean, obviously, Niblett's got the potential to run by pretty much anybody. But maybe we have to use that ability a little bit more sparingly. There's no reason to get out of the pocket there. At least not at that point. Trades Green in the slot. We have Tolliver, but again, it's not put to the right spot. You need. I'm using the pass lead button, I feel like. And the ball is just not consistently being thrown away from coverage. Niblett with a step. Niblett with a touchdown. We take the lead. Maybe the rain is playing more of a factor than I originally thought, but it's 20-20. This is somehow anybody's ball game. We are in a battle with Washington State. Ryan Niblett is 5 for 163. He's just got such great speed. Need the O-line to hold up for just a little bit more there. I mean, it's been a high-scoring game so far. It's been exciting. No question about that. Duggar on the move. To Tolliver. That's a great play. And Julian Duggar is hurt. Holding his left shoulder, his throwing shoulder. Severe risk of injury. He obviously needs to come out. Malachi Nelson is back. Did Malachi mature with his moments on the bench? Well, the accuracy didn't improve. Bruised shoulder. We're going to keep Malachi Nelson in the game for now. And there's Ryan Niblett. Oh, he's still on his feet. Ryan Niblett. Look at the moves. Can Malachi Nelson bounce back? Already a decent start. It's that Heisman shifty activated. I think that's when it glows red. That's what's happening. We have a step with Tolliver. Oh, good natural pick. Deshaun Tolliver inside the 5. I think jet touch pass from like gun ace offset is really awful. But it looked great that time. Touchdown Eugene Hilton Jr. Okay, we're starting to look a little bit better. Our defense has really not been able to contain Washington State, which is definitely a problem. Payne wrestled down. This is going to be the 2-minute timeout. That RPO, it's very rare that it's going to be successful. When it is, it's insanely successful, but it often isn't. Nice catch by Tolliver. That could have been really bad. Instead, it's pretty good. 3rd and 3. That looks open. Raheem Bickley makes the catch and is going to be marked short. I think that's a really bad spot. But on 4th and inches from the 42, in the shadow of the logo, we are going to go for it. Raheem Bickley makes the catch and is dragged down past midfield into Washington State territory on the quick throw. There's Tradez Green, makes a nice catch in traffic. I feel like we're setting up the deep shot. We are setting it up. And the offensive line hold up. Tradez Green got hands on it. Broke a tackle. Tradez Green to the 5. Tradez Green is so good. So good. 1st and goal. Slant. Bickley, touchdown. Starting to find it. 3rd quarter. 34-23. Defense really just not doing what we need them to do today. Too many points for Washington State. Tolliver broken tackle. Tolliver would not be denied the 1st down. What an individual effort from Deshaun Tolliver. Like, this is why I get excited about him. It's the flashes as Nelson's going to get sacked. And he's our final quarterback on the roster. If he gets hurt, I'm not sure who's coming in to replace him. Horrific throw from Nelson going for the high point. Holding it down a bit too long. It was wide open. Can't miss those. 3rd and 15. Tradez Green. Diving catch, 1st down. Hello, Tradez Green. The ball out. Tradez Green. Surely a touchdown. Oh, he took a huge shot. Paid for it dearly. But Tradez Green with a heck of a drive there. Really showing what type of player he can be. He's truly phenomenal. Phenomenal player. Here's 1st and 10. We need more throws to receivers, but it's hard to not just give the ball to Tradez Green. He has been so consistent for us. Too late. Too late. We need way more passing yards. This is just not enough. We're having a good game, but it's not enough. Tradez Green wide open. Tradez Green, broken tackle. Tradez Green, touchdown. You know, last season when I said we're looking for a Gronk type, this guy. And he's even faster. He's 6'7", 250-ish pounds, with really good speed. Thank God we got him in the portal because he is a freak. Okay. There's Payne with a nice run. I was honestly trying to take a deep shot to Niblet there and just trust him, but decent route. Niblet actually turns the corner there. Nelson's at 418 yards passing. I've said it. I'll say it again. It's just not good enough. Ah, that's underthrown, intercepted. It's another one for Malachi Nelson. I think that was my fault with just having the receivers run too close to each other. Kind of a big miss. Just a little bit too congested for sure. And that's going to be another interception. What is Eugene Hilton doing? I'm just launching picks in this game. This is insanity. Like, what is this? What is it? Oh, I'm going to the open space, and then I'm just going to turn around and forget I'm playing football. CTE hitting early? Where the fuck are you going? Where are you going? Like, do you see when I try to throw it to him? When he's breaking towards the open space? He's like, what is happening there? Yes, we had the flat open. It's a safer throw. I didn't hit it. I just don't know. How could I have ever expected that to happen? You know? 48-29. No run game? Yes, we're not running the ball today. We need passing yards. That's a pick. That's on me. Okay. That's just, I'm looking at one receiver, I'm throwing it no matter what. Get Trades Green a target. It's been too long. He's wide open. There goes Trades Green. Down the sideline. Over to Washington State Cougars. Trades Green. I mean, he just got about 10 feet in the air. We will get one more snap off. That's a beautiful idea. Terrible execution. All right, well. Malachi Nelson never threw those interceptions. We're going to try it again. And I'll probably just update you guys near the end of the game. I'm not going to subject you to see more air it out against Washington State. But it is raining, of course. Frustrating, honestly. But the game crashed. And I heard it kind of glitching. And then the screen went black. And then the game decided to not be a game anymore. So, that sucks. And that is the final. 70-52. We threw for 572 yards with Malachi Nelson, 8 touchdowns in the unfortunate restart due to the crash. And let me tell you, I wish we didn't have to restart. Because I feel like I definitely earned gray hairs in this one. This was a frustrating game. This was a very frustrating game. My O-line put in probably the worst performance in the history of organized sports. I threw 7 interceptions with Malachi Nelson. Obviously, I tried to get up to 5. For realism, because we threw 5 the first time and I wanted the stats to match or whatever. Julian Duggar came in, had a nice game. 110 yards passing. The pressure was unreal. But also, Trades Green went unreal still. Niblett at 172, 2 touchdowns. 3 TDs for Eugene Hilton Jr. on 188. 85 and a touchdown for Payne, the running back. 119 and a touchdown for Deshaun Tolliver. And then defensively, these guys are absolutely awful. Bums, all of them. And I don't mean that, but 52 points to Washington State. Is that a joke? I'm not laughing. It was hilarious how bad they were. That's incredible. And we do have a recruiting update. Still only B+ championship contender, and Micah Strickland now has a play style issue. We are ranked number 22, Oregon State. On the road again? Oh, Derek Bohannon is over. We somehow didn't, with a blowout victory and a complimentary visit, we somehow still didn't even pass Clemson. Well, we had a good run. We had a good run. We're looking good otherwise. If we can get Hua on a visit, that would be really nice. Week 8. Competing with Stanford. Matt Tompkins is not in an amazing spot. Our play style is up to a B+ now, so that's going to help with the sell on Matt Tompkins. He had a fairly good visit. Could have been better. But he might end up at Ole Miss or even Tennessee. This one's like really scary. Anthony Gallipo had a nice enough visit, but not amazing. And it's coming down to the wire. But that would be our first 5-star ever. So that would be nice. Clemson has passed us on Kyle Abel. But we got to visit with him against Boise. If I could get DeVry on campus at the same time, that'd be nice. LaMarcus Awe is so close to picking us over TCU. Please do not enter a recruiting battle. I need to throw all my points on DeVry to try to get him on a visit the same week as the corner Kyle Abel. And we'll have a chance. I think we have 1 week to do it. Right? Because it's week 7 now, isn't it? We don't. A lot of these are just in tough spots. We can get Clifton Millette on a visit to complement. Oh, his grades are so bad. To complement Kyle Abel. We're going to do that. We're going to rearrange everything. We're going to be disappointed with some 5-stars, like always. It's tough. It's tough. We have won 5 in a row. Do a quick check on the Heisman watch. I'm going to guess you can't throw 100 interceptions in the game and stay in there. Texas quarterback Denzel Gardner. Crushing it, apparently. A lot of quarterbacks in the mix, including one from Troy. And a Georgia receiver. Landon Roldan. All right. But I think we should be in a pretty good position to make a college football playoff run. Who's weird here? A lot of teams that you'd expect. Louisville's number 19, despite being 3-2. And they are on our schedule this year. Louisville, huh? That's the team that needs to be in the top 20 when they're 3-2. I'm honestly debating on making a change at right tackle. Because he got cooked last game. Or I guess he's listed at left tackle, but he's playing right tackle. Chuck Smythe was getting obliterated. And honestly, he's not that bad of a pass blocker. But the transition to right tackle has not been great. And somehow we are on the road again at Oregon State. I don't even know how that's possible. I imagine it's going to be raining. But we're going to take on the Beavs. And hopefully this game goes a lot smoother. I'm going to tell you, the last game after the restart did not go well. It was a miracle. A miracle that we got a blowout win. And it still wasn't enough to even land the receiver. The quarterback doesn't look amazing with Ole Miss making a real push. We're going to be disappointed. But I still think we're going to be able to come away with at least 2 5-stars. That was my prediction at the start of the year. I still stand by it. You better get out there. Nice tackle. Ayers saving a touchdown. We obviously didn't see any of the defense last game. Of course, it's raining again. Why wouldn't it be? And we're going to keep him out of the end zone, but I'll tell you, the opposing quarterback makes such quick decisions. And no one reacted to that. That it's basically impossible to play coverage sometimes. As we are driving. We can have a little bit more of a balanced attack, but, I mean, I guess if we want that quarterback, we do need as many passing yards as possible. So the goal is actually the same. We've got to light up the scoreboard. Oregon State is up. Got rain working against us, have the wind working against us. I don't think this is a gimme field goal by any means. Unless you're me. 7-3. We are on the scoreboard. And not getting a ton of moments here. And not really moving the ball against Oregon State. I don't know how we have 2 road games in a row against them. That seems insane to me. But it's what we're dealing with. Good tackle, but Oregon State probably goes for it here. Well, they didn't. They took their points. 3rd and 2. I don't like any of their suggestions almost ever. Yeah, I kind of hate them, but that's wide open. Eugene Hilton Jr. with a big gain. See, when you play the moments, Malachi Nelson's only got like 100-some yards passing, and that's not going to be good enough for these recruits. High point. Green can't come down with it. Thankfully, that was not picked. Touchdown, Eugene Hilton Jr. Yeah, I guess adding teams to the conference would have reset everything. But they should know that we played Oregon State at Oregon State last year. They should know. Bickley can't hear it. You're not even that far. Just use your ears. There's Tradez Green. I mean, I guess we are on pace for close to 300 yards, but that's not good enough. We need like 450. That's not a great camera. You bullet that in there? Oh, that would have been a nice catch. Instead, we're forced to consider going for it on 4th and short, which we're going to. Here's 4th and 4. Oh, they came up to cover that. But Tradez Green is just too good. Tradez Green is still going. Oh, my goodness. Tradez Green is unreal. More Tradez Green. 47 seconds to go here in the first half. Time really not a factor at this point. Tolliver broken tackle. More broken tackles. They gave him forward progress, though. 20 seconds. Just feed Niblet. He makes the catch. We're going to call a timeout. And we have 2 timeouts to give. Let's try to get Raheem Bickley a touchdown. It's been a minute. Touch pass. You just got to block that. Because that's got to be a touchdown. We could try it with Ryan Niblet, who has especially more speed than Raheem Bickley. They're all over it. That's our final timeout. I don't know why we'd call a timeout with... Or I don't know why we would... I can figure it out. I don't know why we would ever kick the field goal with 6 seconds left here when we're at this part of the field. When we have Tradez Green. Touchdown, Tradez Green. I don't know how he's doing it, but he's doing it. He's unreal. Into the 3rd quarter. 3rd and 9. That's got to be a touchdown. Raheem Bickley got his. It's been a minute, but that's what we needed. And I know the balanced attack has kind of gone out the window a little bit these past couple of games, and we were pretty well balanced. But obviously, if we can get a 5-star quarterback and he wants to see us air out the ball, we got to air it out. Tolliver broken tackle. Nice catch. It's going to be tough to get close to 500 yards. But I don't know that it's impossible at this point. It's unlikely. I wanted RB, but just couldn't get to it quickly enough. Just make some good decisions. We're up 24-7 right now. They just make it difficult to move the ball down the field in a hurry. They're letting us check down, though, which is nice. There's Niblet. 4 yards to go. We just try to punch it in here. There's Payne, and Jeremy Payne punches it in. All right, that was painless. When we try to pass in those spots, it's often not painless. Chainsaw going crazy. 3rd and 3. Catch made by Bickley, and Tree Babalade is injured. We are going to go for it here. But we were comfortable throwing short of the line to gain. Trades Green's open. You got to get there. And he does. Clock keeps moving. We need more yards. Way more. We have a step. We do. There's Tolliver. Good block down the field from Bickley. Unselfish. Deshaun Tolliver touchdown. Tolliver's playing over Bickley. Bickley doesn't care. He's still blocking for the cause. 38-7. In the rain. Revenge against Oregon State. I know we won last year, but it was much more of a struggle than this has been. And look at him getting creamed off the edge by Charlie Collins. Oh my goodness. Prayers up for the quarterback. That was a devastating blow. Missed opportunity. I mean, they're driving a little bit here. 4th and 6. 5 to play. Quarterback looking to take off. Ringo's right there, and Don Ringo wrestles him down. CPU's addicted to running the ball at this point. They don't know that a 5-star quarterback could be watching this game. They don't have any idea. I wish they did. Does Trades Green actually have a step over the top here? Trades Green, touchdown. That's big for the cause. That's huge. Trades Green is so good. And that is the ball game. Hopefully we got enough passing yards in there. We win 48-14. I think that bomb at the end is definitely going to help. 452 through the air. 370 for Malachi Nelson. 5 touchdowns. It's a great line. One of the best games of his career. It just may not be enough. Good game from Jeremy Payne. At a touchdown, 80 yards. Trades Green over 100 and 2 touchdowns. 87 for Hilton. Touchdowns for Tolliver and Raheem Bickley. And then defensively, could have done more. Only 2 sacks in the game. A pick for Josh Greenlaw. I think we're going to be seeing that a lot more next season when he becomes a full-time starter. But it's good that he's taking advantage of his opportunities right now. Coach level 20. You know what we could do now that we've reached level 20 is try and upgrade some things like pass block and impact block for our offensive line. I think that may be a decent idea. Will that make them block better? Unlikely. But that was our Week 7 performance. Week 8, we're going to host Boise State. They beat us last year. They ended our season. And we do land the 4-star LaMarcus Awe. That's a really good one to get. We were in a battle there. We gave up on Greg Hedgie. We had to. Didn't really have a choice. Just had to be done. Derek Bohannon's going to be taking his talents to Clemson. We're number 20. Boise State's 2-4. A very different story this season compared to last season. Isn't it crazy how close we are? Like, it looks like we would have a chance. It really does. Did they stop recruiting him? He's on campus this week, though. I mean, it is over. But so is Rafael Hua. Playstyle's up to an A for him. That's only going to help out the pitch. He's on campus. Stanford's pushing. They've got him on campus week 11. We're trying to outlast Ole Miss. He's going to be on campus at Ole Miss this week. Matt Tompkins is. That's tough. Anthony Gallipo, very close to making a decision. Hopefully it's not a recruiting battle. Hopefully it's the first 5-star in the history of Texas State. Clifton Millette, also on campus this week. Georgia Tech, Auburn, making big pushes for his services. This is one that we really want. Kyle Abel on campus this week. It's not looking good. It's falling apart here. It is falling apart. We're doing the best we can, but it's currently not good enough. Henry Denson, the 5-star, will be on campus this week. These are coming down to the wire. But I'll tell you what, we're looking pretty good on the 5-star tackle. And maybe we schedule him next week. Week 9 against San Diego State. Just try to end this one ASAP. I don't want it to go to week 12. We don't look great on a lot of these, to be honest. We really don't. But we're going to see what happens. It's kind of frustrating that Boise State's doing so badly this year because having a same-tier opponent in a visit week would be massive for us. Unfortunately, that's not the case. And we now just have 10 points lying around, which has been unusual. And maybe defensive tackle could be where those go. It's a possibility. I mean, tight end's a possibility as well. But I'm ready to take on Boise State. Week 8, Boise State, who is on campus again. Just to remind you guys, it is Rafael Hua, the 5-star athlete tight end. Maybe he can do some other things. I'm not sure. Hard to know at this point. Clifton Millette. This one doesn't look great with Georgia Tech making a strong push. Kyle Abel doesn't look great with Clemson making a strong push. And Henry Denson doesn't look great with Tennessee making a strong push. I do think we will get a 5-star in this class, but who will it be? Anthony Gallipo, maybe? We're going to know after this week if that's headed to a recruiting battle or if we have a 5-star edge for the first time, 5-star player for the first time in our history. We're going to go with the Southwest alternates and hopefully get revenge on the Broncos who beat us on their home turf a year ago. This is what we play for. It's raining. My God. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. It'd be raining every time we play a game. It rains, and I can't change it, by the way. Some people say, just change the weather. You can't change the weather. You can't. Only Rafael Hua can do that. 8:30 to play. That's open. Niblet drops it. The rain is going to frustrate me a lot. Here's Bickley. He makes the catch. Just got to keep going. Keep grinding. That's going to be nearly jumped, but Tolliver makes the catch, dives into the end zone. I thought it was a pick. Yeah, wipe that stupid look off your face. Deshaun Tolliver, touchdown. Oh my God, how did he catch that? That was definitely jumped by Byard, who had a pick 6 against us last year. Boom, interception for us. Exodus Ayers. All right. Dude, Tolliver's just a ball player. Stamey on a route instead of Tradez Green feels crazy. But we're going to trust it. I've never seen an accurate high point before. Never seen it. That's just a terrible throw. It's just a terrible throw. Third and 11. Oh, that's wide open. Please get it there. Tolliver, touchdown. He might be in store for a big game today. He's playing well to start. Need to keep it up. I thought the game just froze. Deshaun Tolliver, second touchdown of the game. Malachi Nelson barely got it to him, but he did. How many people on the game right now do you think are calling him Malachi? I'm curious. Try a tight end screen to Trey Green. It rhymes, so it's got to be good. Fourth and 1 for Boise State. Pinch that D-line. Bring our safeties up. And not make a play. It's on par for the course. Par for the course. 14-7. I would say a blowout win is mandatory. Make a play, Riley Pettijohn. We're right there! Can't make a play. Kevin Akbar, the quarterback for Boise State. I am starting to get frustrated. I really am. I want it to be on easy mode, but we keep making mistakes that make it harder. Second and 9. Get to the quarterback. Thank you. Bart Longacre with the sack. We need more of that. We've got to get to the quarterback more consistently. Needs to happen. We're sending a lot of heat. Shot to the end zone. Braxton is there. Can't come down with it. Our corners do a terrible job locating the ball. Here's the kick. It's good. 14-10. 2-minute drill. Let's get some points. That's the 2-minute timeout. There's the running back. Had to make a quick decision, and we did. Who wants to make a play? Who wants to be a millionaire? You can if you make consistent plays. You'll join the NFL. Which is a weird way to say that. That sounds like I'm foreign and I'm like a Russian spy that's been living in America for a little bit. You'll join the NFL. You'll be a great footballer. All right, please. Nice first down. Yeah, you can be a millionaire in college too with NIL. I don't know what the Texas State NIL budget is, but maybe it's going up. Good route. Eugene Hilton Jr. touchdown. 21-10. Into the third quarter now. Fourth down alert. Gotta go for it. Why do we have to? We need that blowout victory. Airing it out for Ryan Niblett. Taking a shot on 4th and 3. We only needed 3. We got about 70. We didn't get 7. We got about 50. Ryan Niblett touchdown. We'll extend our lead to 18. And it looks like they're actually going to punt from the 41. Ryan Niblett back to return. A fair catch that. And hopefully really start moving the ball downfield. Per usual, you guys are going to be shocked by this. We need more passing yards. The coverage was insane by Sherrod Smith. I have no idea how he was possibly able to make a play on that. Niblett gets a knee down. First down. .340 to go. They read that. Little cutback. Payne can't find the end zone. Got only 11 rushes for 25 yards. Boise State defense has been crazy. It's got to be defensive pass interference. Thank you. Thank you. That's a good call. Moves the ball to the 1. And we'll hopefully punch the ball in. Jeremy Payne, touchdown. You know, I said earlier that we may have 3 rushers get 500-plus yards. That seems unlikely. We really haven't seen as much of a rotation as I had originally planned that we saw in Game 1. Been a lot of Jeremy Payne, and he's going to get 500 yards, but we've thrown the ball so much trying to lure, and I do say lure because, you know, this program is not established yet. Nice tackle in space, Don Ringo. But that 5-star quarterback would be such a game changer because we're losing Malachi Nelson after this year. We are probably losing Duggar as well. Bickley makes the catch. Touchdown. Raheem Bickley, who we also may lose in the portal. Bickley very well could leave. Could very well be gone. So, we needed receiver. We didn't really get one. We went after a 5-star. I thought we looked pretty good, but in the end lost to the bigger school, and that happens. Shot down the field. Josh Greenlaw in coverage. He gets the interception! Oh, what a play from Josh Greenlaw. I thought the receiver ended up earning position, but Josh Greenlaw just stayed on the inside shoulder and made a really nice catch. Big takeaway. Got a couple interceptions here in recent weeks. Now, I want to have a talk about this because this is an RPO bubble screen. Does that look like a bubble to you? That look like a bubble screen? Where are you going? Why does the game hate me? Why do the routes not do what they're supposed to do? Got a lot of questions. Launching it downfield for nobody. We do probably need more passing yards. But this is going to be a comfortable win. We've certainly avenged last year's defeat at the hands of the Boise State Broncos. Look at Payne. Look at Payne! Jeremy Payne! Down the sideline. Back inside. Makes another miss. Oh my goodness, what an effort from Jeremy Payne. That was nasty. And then that leading to a Trades Green. No. Gonna go 50-50 ball touchdown. That was nasty. I lost my train of thought. I don't even know what was happening. That was so disgusting. Good block on the outside. Niblet, spin back, touchdown. We've got a real threat to be a college football playoff winner. And that really helps with team prestige. If you can win a bowl game, if you can win your conference, we've managed to do neither to this point. But we're going to win this game, and we're going to do so comfortably. That is the final, 63-10. We scored 28 in the fourth, including a long run that didn't make the video. 7 touchdowns for Malachi Nelson, 545 yards passing, rushing 18 for 76, 2 touchdowns for Jeremy Payne. He ripped off a 39-yard run like it was nothing, and he also had a great catch that went for 61 yards. 3 for 80 for him. Touchdown for Raheem Bickley. Touchdown for Hilton. Touchdown for Trades Green, who had over 100. 2 touchdowns for Niblet. 2 touchdowns for Deshaun Tolliver. This was one of the most dominant offensive performances of the series, as Bart Longacre had 3 sacks. Where did that come from? Collins, Borda, and Brewu all with sacks as well, and picks for Josh Greenlaw and Exodus Ayers. That was about as dominant of a performance as you can possibly have. Yes, we allowed 10, but we crushed them. And that's also the real Malachi Nelson revenge game against his former team. The best game of his career against his former team. You'd love to see it. And Malachi Nelson has set the Texas State career passing touchdowns record. He really has had a very nice career for us. If you look at records at Texas State, he has been pretty fantastic. Now, it's unfortunate you can't just like click your school. You got to scroll all the way down, but got 81 career passing touchdowns. They have a long way to go to get to passing yards, but maybe it's not out of the question. But hopefully by the end of this series, it's completely Texas State players in here. Now, I don't know if that's going to be the case. We have one in there now. When I say Texas State, obviously it's all Texas State, but players from this series, obviously. That would be pretty cool. So, we will see what the verdict is on some of these players as we do land the first 5-star in Texas State history. The Brow, Anthony Davis. That is Anthony Gallipo. Gallipo, probably Gallipo. Anthony Gallipo. Could be, I'm going to say Gallipo with the 2 P's. Anthony Gallipo. From H-Town. Till I drown. And he might be. Because it rains every single day. Here in Dynasty. Anthony Gallipo. Huge. Derek Bohannon did pick Clemson. Really wanted him. But unfortunately, not the case. We're moving up to number 18 in the country. Malachi Nelson is your Pac-12 Offensive Player of the Week. Yeah, I think that's about right. He's been really nice. He's starting to find it now. Rafael Hua had a pretty good visit. He liked the 63-10 stomping. Will it be enough to get his commitment? It's going to be tight. It's going to be really tight with Stanford. We've dropped on Matt Tompkins after his visit to Ole Miss. And I don't even think we can force a recruiting battle. I think it's over. Matt Tompkins will be headed to Ole Miss. That one sucks. We did get our first ever 5-star. Clifton Millette had a nice visit, but Auburn is pushing. Abel had a nice visit, but not enough to commit. A- championship contender could help us, though. He may commit to us next week. He may pick Clemson. He may pick Oklahoma. It may go to a recruiting battle, and we may not win that. It's going to be really, really interesting to see what happens. Terrell DeVry, though, I could absolutely see being our next 5-star. We've added 2 players off the edge in this first cycle. But we have needs all over the place. And unfortunately, offense was something we prioritized and then just swung and missed on. You know, taking points off the 5-star is really, like, very unfortunate. But it's what we have to do. The 5-star quarterback, Matt Tompkins. We were right there. The grades just were not quite good enough this time around. It took us too long to get up to A+ play style. And then by the time we did, it was over. Maybe we should have waited to schedule him at week 8, but I tried to end it early. Could not end it early. And we are paying the price now. Henry Denson liked his visit, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to outlast Tennessee. Got Timmy Batonio, on campus this week, as we're bringing in a full class, potentially of 5-star Italians. Week 9, he's by himself, but let's get Galippo on campus. He just committed. Let's go show Batonio around. Your future stomping grounds. We gotta get that going for sure. We had a lot of hours back though, so we do have more flexibility. 5-star tackle. It's gonna be an interesting one because Ohio State's making a push. They want to keep him on the East Coast. We want to bring him out from Roanoke, Virginia, all the way to the middle of Texas. I know Ohio State is not on the East Coast, but it's, you know, on the eastern part of the United States. Ohio's, you know, trending towards Midwest. It's kind of in that weird intermediate area. But it's definitely a lot closer to Virginia than Texas is. So we'll see if he wants to join Galippo. But Batonio and Galippo in the trenches on either side going up against each other in practice could be fun. Never even saw if he was open or not. We just threw it. And then we do go for it on 4th and short, over settling for the field goal. We can do a little bit of a balanced attack today. As Tolliver makes a tough catch. Doesn't need to be just passing the ball. So whichever way we can move the ball down the field, that's going to be what we want to do. And sometimes that will mean passing. And sometimes it'll mean running. Sometimes it'll mean running with our passer, quarterback Malachi Nelson. And there he goes. Oh, good block. Malachi Nelson, ooh, takes a shot. Trying to find the end zone. Take the lead here. Colin Wilson in the game. Haven't seen him in a minute, but he's going to find the end zone. He's been a touchdown machine for us. I think there's a legitimate chance he ends with like 6, 7, 8 touchdowns despite not being, you know, on the field a whole lot. But if we're in a game where we run the ball a lot more, this could be 4-down territory. I don't actually mind running the ball on 3rd and 7 if you are committing to go for it on 4th down. Nope, nope, nope. Malachi Nelson gets the pitch. Our starting left tackle, Trevor Szymanski's injured. Did not mean to pitch that. Oh my goodness, that was nearly a disaster. Apparently, Hua is Chinese origin, pronounced Jua. I've looked at him, he's not Chinese. And I think the pronunciation makes it a little bit more fun. There's Tolliver. Let's keep rocking. Nice catch. Colin Wilson still in the game. Now I'm starting to wonder, is everything okay? Well, we know complete PCL tear for Uberajango. Trevor Szymanski's out for the game. But, Jeremy's good. He's just taking a bit of a break. He's back in now. Trying to help us out on 3rd and goal. And there is Trey'Dez Green, touchdown. Now that's someone who can dunk. Got to run towards the center of the goalpost there, and I think he'll throw it down. Might be able to do that here. Oh, there's a safety, actually. Tolliver's open. He makes the catch. Open enough. He's definitely outshined Raheem Bickley this year, but Bickley's been dropping the ball a bit more. He's playing a little bit more sparingly. So he might, you know, hit the transfer portal. But if we can keep him, I think we're going to be able to really develop Raheem Bickley after this offseason. But certainly no telling whether or not he's going to stay on campus. It looked like he really wanted to hit the portal. And if he really wants to, there's not really a whole lot we can do to stop him. He makes the catch here. Interesting little hurdle there, but we'll take it. No regard for his own body, just trying to get extra yards. 1st and 10. Little check down. And there's another injury. This time it's Josh Hunter holding his knee, writhing in pain. Hopefully he's all right. Not all right enough to play in this game. As Bickley goes airborne again, goes vertical, flips, and is dropped, but looks to be okay. We love a good hurdle. Bickley maybe not quite as good at them as Trades Green. But not everybody can be Trades Green. That is completely swallowed up. Up 21-0 right now. I mean, we're showing Batonio what this offense can look like. Gonna run the ball on 3rd down, and Payne is shut down. Nowhere to go, and he's in pain. Not enough to get injured, but enough to feel that one for sure. 24-0 Bobcats. Are there... You see the upper deck celebrating a little bit. I was going to say, are there more fans than we had at the start of this series? I'm going to say no. Not a ton of Texas State fans yet, but there will be. But if we don't have Trades Green next year, which we won't, he's a senior, I'm not sure how many people are going to come to the games, because that's the guy you come to see. That is not where I wanted to go with the ball. I was not even looking at it. Pick for Malachi Nelson. But it's still 24-0. We are annihilating. But that is an unnecessary mistake. That's for sure. But we're pretty much just going to control the clock. Win this game. And move on. That's open. Nice catch by Jeremy Payne. Not to be confused with the Jeremy Pena. Oh, we did actually manage to get that out to Payne. Yeah, we're in just a really good position right now. I'd like a quick strike. Maybe Hilton or Niblet on the outside. Niblet, Cook, touchdown. Good ball for Malachi Nelson. We have not done that in a minute. Niblet has so much speed, and I feel like he's been kind of a non-factor in recent weeks. Maybe I'm wrong. 31-7, 38-7, 38-14. And we're back in the red zone. I want to throw some 50-50 balls to Trades Green. And that is a Ryan Niblet catch. I did not see the linebacker lurking there, but he didn't see the ball. Kind of looking around, waiting for somebody else to make a play. Here's 2nd and goal. Trades Green, mossed him, touchdown Trades. What a freak. Trades Green makes it 45 for the Bobcats. I want more one-on-one opportunities, because when we get one-on-ones, Trades just capitalizes every time. Oh, big hit! Oh, that was a shot. That's one of the biggest hits we've seen the entire series. But that's pretty much going to do it. Maybe one more shot for Trades. I want to get out of the RPO. Please don't false start. Throw it to Trades. Dunk it. Oh, he got tackled. Come on. Trades Green touchdown. He would have dunked it, dude. Instead, we just dunk all over San Diego State. 55-14 is your final. We just are dominating. No other way around it. Great game for Malachi Nelson. Jeremy Payne had close to 100, 2 touchdowns for him. Colin Wilson also found the end zone. Receiving, 94 for Niblett and a touchdown, 79 for Tolliver. 3 touchdowns for Trey Dez Green with the 3 touchdowns. Love it. 2 TFLs for Collins, 2 sacks, sack for Longacre and Borda. Pick for Jalen Braxton. And we continue to roll. We continue to roll. But will we be getting another commitment? Or will we be disappointed? Well, we're about to find out. Hopefully another commitment on the way. Nope. Timmy Batonio has reached his top 3, though. Yeah, I would hope so. So we're down the home stretch. But Ohio State is right there. And we did all we could. Pac-12 Offensive Player of the Week is Jeremy Payne. It doesn't look good. Right there for Hua, but it's week 10. He'll be on Stanford's campus next week, and they're closing in. Tompkins picks Ole Miss. Millett's going to go to Auburn. Abel locked us out. Disappointing how some of these went. We have Terrell DeVree. It's going to be on campus week 12. Henry Denson's looking especially bad. And Ohio State gained as much as we did on a blowout victory visit. That's not good either. So recruiting's going better than last year, but like not by a lot. So we've really crushed a lot of teams. We are way better than a lot of the teams we're playing. Got at Cal, at Fresno State versus Louisville to end the year. 3 more games. And we should win the pack, right? We have 1 loss on the year. It was the very first week. Since then, we've been pretty locked in. Cal, of course, now has rejoined the pack in this dynasty. And they're one of the better teams in the conference. But they're still not especially good. There's no Jaden Ott here, right? There's no Fernando Mendoza. But it's a beautiful stadium in Berkeley. The crowd's getting a little bit loud, I guess. For all the nerds at Cal. We've just got to be able to catch that in stride, and then there's something that can happen. But if you can't ever catch those in stride, there's no reason to ever throw that. Because the whole reason you would throw it is to catch it in stride. Closer to that as we hit Trey Dez Green. I hope Cal is not going to be a problem for us today. I guess I could see them being a problem because it's always the teams you least suspect. And it already looks like we're not going to be able to run the ball. I've decided that based on 2 plays, and I think that's all I needed to see. Oh, that's a beautiful throw from Nelson. I don't know how he got that throw off. But he hits Deshaun Tolliver. That was an amazing throw. I mean, he definitely caught that. I don't know how he got that off. Yeah, thank you. That was a bad review. That was a waste of our time. There was no doubt about it. Okay, thought they might block there, but they were clearing out as we go away from the design of the play. Did we throw it too early? Yes. It would have come open. We didn't let it. Interception for Malachi Nelson. Big mistake. Please get out there. Big hit. Ball comes loose. It's recovered by the Bobcats. That's what we needed. A little get back. Huge play. We just can't afford a loss to anybody at this point, but certainly not Cal. Deshaun Spears just popped him and then grabbed the ball. And hopefully our offense can do something. We had the right idea on the last throw, but didn't time it up right. That's what a bad offensive line can do. You get so afraid to miss as Deshaun Tolliver wins over the top. He doesn't have great speed, but he's got just enough to bring it down to the 5. Not enough to get into the end zone. So close. 2 for 100 for Tolliver in the first quarter. Smashing any over. Slant, touchdown, Eugene Hilton Jr. That's how you do it. And hopefully we actually build on that. Just held the ball. Just held the ball. You know, sometimes you get so afraid to throw a pick, you don't want to throw it all. But on third down, you got to throw it. Third down sacks are disgraceful. I don't really care if it's an interception if we're taking a shot on third down. It's got to happen. You just got to let it fly. An arm punt is totally fine. But you give yourself at least a chance. And if it's an incompletion even, you have better punting position than what a sack would give you. Cal is on the board. They got 3. That was a really bad slant. On a slant, you really can't be dancing around. You've just got to commit to the route. Slants are really, really hard to cover, especially when the corner's playing off man. They're basically impossible. So when you're trying to fake them out, you're just wasting time because a slant needs to be a quick hitter. I know here in the game and others you can kind of wait for it to get across the formation and then get a big play, but that's not really how it works typically in real life, but that works here. Raheem Bickley, touchdown. And we may not be able to keep him. Talked about that in the last game. He's someone that I think has a decent chance of hitting the portal. Be a little bit unfortunate as Nelson's got just enough speed here to avoid catastrophe. Throws it up. Payne goes vertical and can't bring it down. The ball was a touch high. Could have been a really nice play. And Bickley is telling me he can't hear the adjustment. There's simply no way you can't hear. I know Cal is not getting that loud. They're 5-4. Yes, you know, they are showing up for ranked Texas State, but I know you got to be able to hear that. Nelson's going to be on the move. 46 seconds. We're going to call a timeout. I wanted to throw to Trey'Dez Green quickly, but the button didn't pop up. I didn't think we'd be able to actually get the throw off. Good blocks. Wilson with some space. Colin Wilson outrunning everybody. Steps out at the 20. "37 seconds to play. Quick out to Tolliver. We're going to call our second timeout. He's already got 129 in the first half. 33 seconds to play. That's forced. Tolliver, good adjustment, and he brought it in. Deshaun Tolliver somehow dragged a foot and made an unreal catch. What an amazing snag. But the body control, the ability to get a foot down, not only making the catch, as that ball's flipped up into the air and basically tossed to the DB, interception, Cal. We move to the second half. Try to give Trey Green a chance to make a play. He's going to drop this one. Is the Trey Green era over? That would be very sad. I think maybe just a bad game. These are not easy catches, but he's made the impossible catches look easy. And that's a fumble for Deshaun Tolliver. We're going to need to take a second look at that. Because I absolutely don't believe that was a fumble. Throwing the challenge flag. Worst case scenario, we lose a timeout. I mean, he is 100%, without question, unequivocally down. There's a knee that hits. There's an elbow that hits. That is never a fumble. What a terrible call on the field. Thankfully, it's reversed. Tolliver makes the next catch as well. Not really a great route, or at least not the timing I was expecting. I like Trey Green up the seam here. I think the safety's going to cover Niblett. He actually didn't. Niblett burns the corner touchdown. That could be it. That really could be it. Up 21-3. I think Cal is going to be in a really tough position to win this game. Obviously. But I don't know that they're even really fighting for it. Feels like they gave up long ago, just like the crowd. When's the last time you heard those guys? Trey Green, one-on-one. That's how you bounce back, Trey Dez. Touchdown, Trey Green. It's got to be over. We can keep jumping in and scoring if you like, but Cal gave it the good college try, but it's not going to be enough. Surprised that actually isn't defensive pass interference. I don't think it should have been, but there was a little bit of contact. 2nd and 10. Trey Green. I mean, I'm hitting Y and he never goes for the ball. And it's intercepted by this little guy again. He's going to actually house it. I know we went away from the design of the play, but I don't know why Trey Green doesn't turn around for the football. Felt like that could have been an easy touchdown. Instead, Cole Martin houses one. And I think that's dumb. You can throw those on screen passes. It does work from time to time if they're truly open. As Ryan Niblett has nothing but room. No one will catch him. Ryan Niblett scores again. Jet touch pass touchdown. Feels like college football 25. And we get that pick six right back. 4th and inches. We're going to bring Spears up. They could run the ball here. Be a weird decision. And that's going to be a user pick by Spears. Easy reads. The very hungry Caterpillar. Easy reads. So many user picks today. I'm running out of books. 8:14 to go. Here's actually throwing the screen. Spin back. Malachi Nelson casually has 400 yards and 5 touchdowns today. I don't really even feel like we've been throwing the ball all that much. But I guess we've just been dominant. A lot of good catches being made by receivers. And yeah, I guess some big plays have been happening. I want to give Trey Green a chance to make plays here. Tolliver catches it again. He's got a ton of snags today. He may have double-digit catches. I don't really even feel like we've been forcing him the ball. I just think he's made some nice plays for us. There's Trey Green. He's down inside the 5. Going to be inside 6 minutes. And we're looking to make it 42-10. Not on that play. But this is fine. It'll just take the clock down even more. And maybe Jeremy Payne scores on the next play. It's exactly what happens. Thanks for coming out, Cal fans. Hopefully it's not too far of a walk back to campus, to your dorms, to your homes. Probably very nice homes. out there in Berkeley. But this football game's over. Some would say it's even been over. Here's a shot down the field. Ayers, interception. Exodus with the takeaway. And you may see mass exodus for Cal fans here in a second. This one is over. Again, thanks for playing. 49-10, 49-13 is your final. 49-13 is your final, rather. They did get a garbage time field goal. We are 9-1. Again, one of the most dominant performances we've seen. EJ Kamanong threw 3 interceptions, had a terrible game. Nelson with 5 touchdowns, 432 yards through the air. I don't know when Charlie Collins possibly could have thrown a pass. He's our defensive end, but he did. Didn't run the ball all that well in this one. But that's okay. 158 on 8 catches for Tolliver. No touchdowns, though. 2 went to Niblett, Bickley, and Hilton got the others. And then defensively, 4 TFLs for Francis Brewu, 2 sacks, sack for Borda, sack for Collins, picks for Spears, Zabian Brown, and Exodus Ayers. Yeah. Just an awesome game. And we're having an awesome season. 7-0 in the pack. We've got 2 more games to go in the regular season. We are in line to play in the college football playoff. And we've unfortunately, had to duck out of several recruitments where we've been in the lead just because we've got no chance to win them. Like we stopped recruiting Clifton Millette. We just lost him, Really unfortunate. We're up to a championship contender. We're ranked number 11 in the nation. We had to give up on Henry Denson. Tennessee and Clemson wanted him more. And we've got to be able to scout these quarterbacks because with Tompkins picking Ole Miss, we've got no quarterback next year unless we get one from the portal. This guy's name is Legend Bandy, and Boise State wants him. He's not accurate, I'll tell you that. But who did not commit. So close. But Stanford is really going to make a strong push to land his services. That sucks. Petonio's still very close. Ohio State's not going to get a visit. But they are probably going to get the commitment. We're A+ playing style and playing time. We may be able to get slightly more of a boost than we did last week, but it certainly doesn't look great. And we need to figure out if Legend Bandy could even play. We need to figure out if any of these quarterbacks can play. 86 speed, 86 throw power is not awful. Is there anyone better? This is decent accuracy. No arm. It's unfortunately worth the hours to figure out if these guys are actually good. And this is the last week to find out on Cameron Smalls. It really looks awful with a lot of these recruitments, unfortunately. I mean, it looked great for a minute. No arm. We will wait on the rest of the quarterbacks and throw 10 more points back on Kevin Spriggs at tight end. Week 11. This is about to be incredibly disappointing. Now, Stanford surely can't be that good. We threw them back in the pack. They're 7-2. 5-1 in the conference. And they managed to dodge us this year. Would have been nice to have them on the schedule. Their Week 11 opponent, 1-8 Utah State. Did I read that right? Has that game already been played? Did I see that right? Hold on. No, their Week 11 opponent is Colorado State. 4-6. I wish it was Notre Dame. That would have been nice. Not to be. Texas State, Fresno State is up next. Injury report. Ubarajango still down. But we are getting our starting left tackle back. But again, this is a team we should absolutely beat. They are 62 overall. They do not belong on the same field. This should be a massacre. There is an injury to start at Valley Children's Stadium. It doesn't really rain on the road, but it does rain every game at Texas State. It's Eugene Hilton Jr. Hopefully not serious, but we do have good depth at receiver, at least for this season. So I'm not really too concerned about that at the moment. Obviously, we don't want a serious injury. But this is just going to let Raheem Bickley play a little bit more as we push for our 10th win of the season. 9-1 Fresno State, of course, is 6-3. Offense looking good to start. I mean, this is a light box. This is something we should probably be running against, but Jeremy Payne drops the ball. It's an easy touchdown if you just do your job. Malachi Nelson misses Bickley. That would have been a touchdown. 3rd and goal. Shot to the end zone. Bickley, touchdown. Finally. 3 chances to score a touchdown there. Should have been. And we score in the 3rd attempt. End of the first quarter. Up by 7. See if Jeremy Payne can catch this one. It's a cross screen. He actually does catch it. Ooh, broken tackles. He's going down inside the 15. Malachi Nelson's actually already been intercepted in this one. Not me. I don't even know when an interception would have happened. There's Tolliver. That should be the first as we end the first quarter with the first down. Try to punch it in here. Got 49 rushing yards. I think we can add to that right now. Love a speed option with Malachi Nelson. Colin Wilson in the game. Isn't like the preferred back for it, but Nelson's just going to outrun the defensive end. Touchdown. Yeah, just cruise control for Texas State. $14-0. Just eyeing Trey Green down the seam. And that's why! Oh my goodness, what a catch! It looks like he touched it at first, couldn't catch it, and then somehow caught it off the bobble. We'll take a second look. Very clean pocket enables us to actually make this throw. And yes, he caught it off the back of the DB. What a catch from Trey Green. It looked like it actually hit the back of the defender. And Green kept his eyes on it. And caught it. Up 21-0 over Fresno State. We'll look to keep that going. That is the 2-minute timeout. If we can make it 28 going into the half. As Eugene Hilton's back on the field. You know, I don't see any way that Fresno State works back in this. I mean, they're 6-3. They've had a nice season, but they're not a threat to win the pack. They're not. Touchdown to Sean Tolliver. It's just too easy. You're seeing the skill gap now as our players get better and some of these teams stay the same. It's just it's two different calibers of opponent, or of team. And the lighting here is actually really nice. Just looks like football. Like these types of shadows with a slightly like orangey hue, very slight, just feels like football, feels like the fall. I like the vibe. I'll tell you, I never considered Fresno State Dynasty. I'm starting to consider it. Vibes are a lot, as we had Tolliver. I really didn't mean to. But a bullet for Malachi Nelson moves the chains. And at Tolliver or Trades Green should be open here. But we end up going to the running back Payne. And I mean, Fresno State's laid an egg in this one. But you got to say, oh my goodness. Just turned up the field, ran it coverage. But we played really well individually. We just looked like the better team for the most part. And they're just, they don't really belong out here, as they actually make a nice play. Force the incompletion. Eugene Hilton Jr. has honestly been pretty disappointing. There's nothing there. We've had much better performances out of, you know, receivers way down the depth chart, as we just continue to dominate this game. And I think we can honestly... Okay. Please back out of this. I think we can honestly just simulate to the end, and we're going to see our name as the winner. No question. 34-0. Yeah, Fresno State just did not belong on the same field. We took our foot off the gas pedal in the second half. Only 6 points. We just didn't need any more. We could have scored 6 the entire game and beat them. Our defense was that good. Despite getting no interceptions, we forced so many incompletions. They said 3 different players throw passes. Malachi Nelson with a decent game, nothing crazy. Jeremy Payne goes for 110, touchdown for Malachi Nelson. Receiving, touchdowns for Tolliver, Bickley, and Trades Green. 2 for 63. Nice for him. Borda, 2 TFLs, 1 for Braxton. No sacks in this one and no picks. Just constant 3 and outs and suffocating coverage. Malachi Nelson has set the Pac-12 single-season passing touchdowns record. Yeah, he's had an incredible season and really an incredible career for us. If you look at the pack here, passing touchdowns, 51 for Malachi Nelson. I mean, I know the competition hasn't been incredible, but that's still a super impressive total. And he's done it at week 11. 51 touchdowns to 12 picks, nearly 4,000 yards passing. Payne, 809 yards, 9 touchdowns. Malachi Nelson close to 300. Colin Wilson has 4 touchdowns. I really thought Darion Dupree would play a lot more. He just really hasn't. Haven't needed him. Jeremy Payne has kind of taken the bulk of the carries. Ryan Niblett, 905 yards, 13 touchdowns. Tolliver close to 900 with double-digit scores. 13 touchdowns for Trades Green. Hilton Jr. with 9 touchdowns, and he'll be back next year. Defensively, 10 sacks for Kyron Borda, 9 for Charlie Collins, who I hope will be back next season. Playing style is up to an A+, so he should be. Longacre up to 7.5 sacks, but remember, 3 of those came in the same game. Micah Strickland hopefully will be back next year as well. He has really high demands based on play style. We have A, luckily, but he needs at least A-. So a little bit scary for sure. As Millette picks Auburn, Denson locks us out. Is to be expected. We stopped recruiting him because we were not going to win it. Louisville unranked. We are number 11. Final regular season game. And it's a recruiting battle with Rafael Hua. He didn't pick Stanford. That's a big win for us right now. He didn't pick Stanford. What happened? Stanford lost to Colorado State 35-28. And that has kept us in the recruitment. Colorado State was the bane of my existence in Riverside Royals Dynasty, and now they maybe have saved us here in Texas State Dynasty. Oh my goodness. We've got a chance for Terrell DeVry. He's on campus this week. It's so close against Clemson, but we may be able to outlast them if we have a huge visit. Ohio State takes over on Timmy Batonio. This one is over. That sucks. But you know what? We can focus now on some 4 stars. Silver lining. The class can still end up being very good. Silver lining. We didn't get everybody we wanted, but we can still come away with the best class we've had. Which, I mean, you should be setting the record for best class in your program's history every single cycle. You should be getting better and better and better. And that's what we're doing. Terrell DeVry will be on campus for our final regular season game. We have a week 13 bye. And we're 8-0. We've had a fantastic season in the pack. 10-1 overall. Louisville is a little bit better than some of our recent opponents, though. So this is a nice little tune-up game before the Pac-12 championship, if the game will actually work this time around, and the college football playoff. We are in line to play in the college football playoff. It's actually not raining at Texas State for once. I don't believe it. Louisville trying to play spoiler. We are ranked number 11 in the country. Just trying to keep it rolling here. Let's go. I don't want to say should be an easy victory, because that's when bad things happen. Niblett with a step. We just trusted him to win, and he did. Excellent speed. Touchdown, Ryan Niblett. But I don't want to say this is going to be easy, but we are the better team. We've got a ton of momentum right now. Can we actually play like the better team when it matters? That's what we're going to find out about. Quarterback under pressure. He's going to go down. Francis Brewu continues a great season. Gets the sack. 3rd down alert. Trying to extend our lead. Only 7 points to this point. I think Tolliver might cook. That should be pass interference. I mean, it really shouldn't be. He was jammed at the line, but we'll take 3. Haven't had to kick too many field goals this year. And his kick accuracy does make these a little bit weird. But it's a great effort. Todd, thanks so much for the tier 3 sub. Appreciate you. I think everyone's glad CFB's back. It's just a good time of the year. College football is so awesome. I really do feel bad for people that don't like it. And I know the NFL just has better players, right? It's a more polished game. But there's just something about college football that just hits different. We actually only have a slight lead here. We do need a blowout. We got a 5-star safety on campus, and not blowing out the competition is not good. Tolliver with a great route and a touchdown. He is emerging into a star. I didn't think it was going to be this year. I didn't know how much he was going to play this year. But he has been a star for us at the wide receiver position. Yeah, Niblett has maybe outclassed him at times just because he's faster. He's able to win easier sometimes. But he's been a playmaker. Like, that's the type of thing that annoys me when Trey Dead Screen is absolutely wide open and we can't hit him for some reason. 2nd and goal. Check down. Wilson broken tackle. This is not looking like a blowout win right now. At all. Darion Dupree with a receiving touchdown. If anyone could have predicted that before the game, but you'd be a very rich man. Or otherwise. It's cool nowadays. 4th and 10, 5 minutes to play. Shot down the field. Braxton gets position. Forces the incompletion. All right, this is setting us up for a blowout victory. Need to capitalize in these spots, though. I wanted the running back. We go to Tolliver. He can't reel it in. That one's tough. We've seen DBs make plays on the ball there. Quick throw. Bickley, touchdown. I think we're going to be able to keep him. We'll see what happens, but I think we're going to be able to. 38-17. Louisville going for it. We're going to show heat. Not going to route commit. Actually just going to drop back, but pressure gets in there anyway. Here's a throw in coverage. And there's an injury. There's an incompletion. And there's the 2-minute timeout. This game is effectively over. We can just end it. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Louisville has 3 timeouts. I'd be a little bit surprised if they decide to call them, to be honest. But I suppose they could. Darion Dupree with a 2-catch game. So strange. Colin Wilson into the game. And I think this is the point, actually, where we can just mass sub. Backups in everywhere. We're ready to go home. Duggar into the game. Tolliver's staying out there. But this one is done. (38-17) will be your final, almost certainly. And it will be. Texas State continues to roll 11-1. 11 wins to match the top 25 ranking. This will be a college football playoff team in almost any conceivable scenario. Malachi Nelson with 5 more touchdowns. He's really on pace for 60 or more. That's 56 on the season. Payne goes for over 100. Niblett goes for over 100. Receiving yards, 2 touchdowns. Touchdowns for Tolliver, Bickley, and Darion Dupree. And then defensively, 2 TFLs for Brewu and Longacre. Both had 2 sacks. No picks in this one. Just, again, a dominant performance. Hopefully we get a commitment here from somebody. Raphael Hua has picked the Bobcats! Hua. Yeah, there are a number of ways you could pronounce that, but we're going to call it Hua. The 5-star tight end or athlete is our second ever 5-star. Someone said it's a Chinese origin name. I don't know what it is. It might be the fuller beard, but I'm just not getting Chinese here. But that is a big time get. We've moved into number 1 more convincingly on Terrell DeVry. And that could end up being our 3rd 5-star. Lemson's right there, but it looks pretty good. I don't want to celebrate before we cross the finish line, but it looks really good. Batonio picks Ohio State. And we've got Dion Tobias on campus. This recruiting class, with the addition of a second 5-star, is now starting to look really, really good. Hopefully more good news. There's a commitment. Terrell DeVry from San Antonio picks the Bobcats. 3 5-stars. Des Green picks the Bobcats, and then good things come in threes, we found out. Trey Ball lands, Terrell DeVry. And a lot of these quarterbacks have just reached their top schools as soon as I've added them to the board. I'm trying to find our quarterback next season, and it's probably going to end up being a portal guy. And we'll play Stanford in the Pac-12 championship. They lost to Colorado State. I'm not worried about it. We'll see, but that's my feeling at this time. But 3 5-stars. We've landed a handful of 4-stars. We just had Dion Tobias on campus. That didn't go great. But it went about as well as it could have gone, which was not amazing. It never was going to go that well. But I'll tell you what. The recruiting class is actually looking good. Not amazing, but good for sure. I mean, amazing based on where we have been, no question. But obviously we have higher expectations, and we're going to unlock more hours, and our grades are going to get better as we continue to win. So let's just continue to win, unlock more hours, and then in year 4, we're going to bring in a recruiting class even better than this one. As we're going to try to get Legend Bandy, I guess. Dual threat quarterback. You don't really have a great chance to get him. Most of these quarterbacks just stink. So if we're getting a quarterback, it'll probably be a former higher rated prospect out of the portal. And I don't think that's a bad way to go about it, to be honest, because you're getting better recruits than you can probably get yourself at this point. And, like, why not, right? Why not? These guys are all, like, really awful. So, if we're going to get a QB, it's going to be somebody out of the portal. That has been decided. We have lost back-to-back conference championship opportunities. The only reason I say opportunities is because there were only 8 teams in the conference. The Pac-12 was not eligible for a conference championship game. Therefore, Boise State won by default. We have expanded the Pac-12 back to 12 teams, adding in a number of other schools, bringing Cal back, dragging Stanford back. And Stanford is who we face in this conference championship game. They're only a 77 overall. But I don't want to sleep on them, because we've lost to teams and played really, really badly against teams in this same range. So I'm not going to treat this like a gimme. We're going to come out, try to play our best football, and take that bad boy home. Coach Dangus, jump scare. He doesn't look 7 foot tall, 400 pounds. It almost seems like there's a default coach size, and that's just how big you are. Maybe it adjusts how wide you appear, but Coach Dangus is supposed to be 7 foot 400. He doesn't appear to be. But that's irrelevant. Oh, I forgot about this damn tree with googly eyes. What a mascot for the Cardinal. Stanford, Texas State. Let's go. Trying to win our first conference championship in year 3. This is the largest amount of Texas State fans we've ever played in front of. And we are backed up to our own 1-yard line. Not where we want to be. Niblet with a step. Niblet can't make the catch. We actually tried to get a little bit crazy there, but the catch was not made. We just got to get rid of it. Going for Niblet again. Actually, that might have been Deshaun Tolliver. It was tough to see the number with all the traffic. And when you don't run the ball on first or second down, you're basically forced to throw the ball on third down. And I think we leave Jeremy Payne in the block. I'm looking, honestly, at Trey Green. We're going to try to lob that up. It's actually a bullet. Didn't want that, and it's incomplete. Not a good start. I will say the offensive line held up a lot better there than I expected. But we're not able to get even a single yard. Punting from the back of the end zone. Thankfully, no safety, but Stanford in really, really good position here to take the lead. 3rd and 11. Our defense has played really well this year. I think our defensive coordinator, Pinheiro, may be in line for coordinator of the year. I think we're pretty much completely healthy on defense. Riley Pettijohn has kind of missed some time, but is back for this game and hopefully makes a big impact. 4th and 2. It's read option. It's a big hit by Exodus Ayers, but Colton Joseph moves the chains. Another 3rd down for the Cardinal. 3rd and 10. We're actually not going to blitz here. Thought about it. We're going to opt to do something else. Got to be wary of the scramble. Greenlaw with the tackle, and it should be a Stanford field goal to make it 3-0, and it is. We'll jump back on offense. 3rd and 5. Again, I don't really feel comfortable running the ball here. You could call this 4-down territory. Look how many are in the box, though. It's 6, I guess, and we're going to take a false start. Oh, man. Rough start here for the Bobcats. If we win, we're going to be in the college football playoff. If we lose, our chances are all but eliminated. We have faltered at the end of every single season so far, with the exception of this one. We steamrolled. We're in a great position. And we actually play well through the whistle, though. And finally, a 1st down. Trey Green. There's an injury for Stanford. It's Jalen Dye Sumlin. First time seeing that name. It's a unique one. Finally, a 1st down. I like Deshaun Tolliver up the seam. They've got their safety so wide, though. If we can get a one-on-one for Trey Green, it's a touchdown. Throw out a sack. Thankfully not intercepted. Pressure is just a way of life. They rush for the left tackle, and this is a good left tackle. Highest rated offensive lineman on our team, Szymanski, gets crushed instantly. 2nd and 10. Running back is wide open. Jeremy Payne jukes back inside, and again, and a 1st down. And let's try to punch this thing in. Jeremy Payne has been a big transfer acquisition for us. He's breaking tackles down inside the 5. And that'll be the end of 1. Stanford with the lead. We are so close to taking the lead ourselves. Just a few yards to go. Can we punch it in? It'll be Jeremy Payne again. Juking back, good blocking, and a touchdown for the Bobcats. We take the lead here in Las Vegas. We may need to run the ball a lot more against Stanford. They've really been pretty good in pass defense so far, so we just got to go against their strength. And if they're going to be good against the pass, we've got to show them that we're not afraid to run the ball. But it's tough to do that on 3rd and 6. Definitely more of a passing spot. As that looks like a really good route. Wide open is Tolliver. He's wrapped up in the 15, the 14, and somewhere in that range. 1st and 10. We can run against a 6-man box here. Should be able to. but nowhere to go for Payne. The Stanford defense is fairly stout. Was not ready for that. Was not expecting that. But we may have man coverage. We may have a wide open Trades Green. He made the catch and he got the ball across the plane. It didn't end up being man, but Trades Green found the space in the zone. Got just enough. Malachi Nelson put it on him. And Trades Green makes a nice snag. What a transfer acquisition he's been for us. He's absolutely playing in one of his final games as a Texas State Bobcat. But we want to make sure he's got a chance to play in a more meaningful bowl game than what we've been playing here at Texas State over the past 2 seasons. 14-6, 52 seconds to go. I like that for Raheem Bickley. He makes the catch. We're going to go into the hurry up. Plenty of time. We have timeouts. And that's the most open. It's Eugene Hilton Jr. He ducks out of bounds at the 40. As we are cooking. I think Trades Green is just going to be really tough to cover here. Just go up and get it. Green makes the catch. Another first down for Texas State. Offense on fire right now, but only 30 seconds to play. We've got to operate with a little bit of pace here. We can throw it up to Trades Green. And finally, a play is made in coverage. Williams got a hand on it. He's kind of been all over the field already. 3 tackles, now adding a pass deflection. But Trades Green continues to be a mismatch. So we're going to get that over to Ryan Niblett, who gets the first down, and he gets out of bounds. But they're going to give him forward progress, and the clock is not ticking. That is a really nice result for us. 18 seconds to play. Still a couple of timeouts. Check down to Tolliver. He's stiff-arming. He's out at the 8. Still saving our timeouts. May look for Eugene Hilton Jr. here. But it looks covered over the middle. Tolliver makes the catch. Timeout. Bobcats. Ball on the 2. Now, you could try and run the ball here. But I don't want to be in a spot where we are forced to call a timeout if we don't get in. And then we have no timeouts. And then if we get sacked or something, we're in a bad spot. So just probably a couple quick shots to the end zone. And see who gets open. It's Eugene Hilton Jr. one-on-one. He makes the catch. Touchdown, Bobcats. We are on quite the roll here. Outscoring Stanford 21-6 in the first half, pending the point after. Good stuff. It looked a little bit shaky at first, a little bit shaky, but we started to find it. But Stanford's not giving up easily. They've brought it back to a 1-score game, 21-13, 3rd and inches. And we are not going to get there. Jeremy Payne has struggled to run the ball. He has not been elite today, despite 13 for 37. Spells out elite. 4th and 1. We will run the football. And it's going to be Colin Wilson. He's not going to get brought down. Wilson jumped to the outside, and Wilson finds the end zone. What a run by Colin Wilson. The jump cut was a thing of beauty. How did he escape? Slippery. Which makes sense since it rains every game for us. But it doesn't rain in a dome here in Las Vegas. He just kind of bounced off an arm tackle, and it was a great jump cut with the block, and then had enough speed to go all the way. And he should be back in a Texas State uniform next season as well. Stanford not giving up easily, but it's 35-20, 4th quarter, a big 3rd and 4. Oh, we need to get rid of the football. We got the throwaway, barely. But that could have been disastrous. We're going to try a 49-yarder. Gage Feeney has a big leg. The accuracy makes these a little bit questionable. And that is shanked. It'll stay a 2-possession game here at Allegiant. Just trying to put a little bit too much power on that, and we didn't need to. He's got more than enough leg. We just got to line it up, and Stanford has made it a 1-score game. 35-27. 3:55 to play. Big 3rd and 6. Out for Trades Green. He turns around and can't reel it in. We're going to bring him back out. It's a 58-yarder. This is tremendously deep, but it's to make it a 2-possession game. This is unbelievable. Will he be able to hit? This is chaos. Wide right. Trevor Szymanski injured on the play. Stanford takes over. Keep in mind, they will need a touchdown as well as a 2-point conversion to tie. We want to make sure it doesn't even get that far. Get out there. Big hit by Spears. Quentin Barden injured on the play. I feel like we only see offensive linemen get injured. Rarely skill players. Here's 2nd and 8. Decent coverage, but the pass rush was even better. Charlie Collins dragging the QB down and setting us up for a Pac-12 championship. We're going to go man across the board. We're going to try to get into the backfield. Here's the rush. It's a screen! Perfectly timed against the blitz. But Stanford's not going to get there. They did get a lot back, though. They have the entirety of the 2-minute timeout to think about what they want to do on 4th and short. They still have 3 timeouts, so if this is not converted, the game is not over. Quarterback takes off, throws across the field, and the coverage is great. Exodus Ayers forces the incompletion. And we will try to win a Pac-12 championship. Stanford with all 3 timeouts. Start with a screen. Ball's tipped up into the air and incomplete. We tried to go against the obvious with the run. But instead, Stanford saves a timeout. Nowhere to go for Payne. Stanford still with a pair of timeouts. We need a 1st down. How conservative can we really be here? 3rd and 10. Check down to the back. Jeremy Payne cannot make a man miss. Stanford calls their final, or their penultimate timeout. They still have 1. And on 4th and 8, we've really got no choice but to punt. Here is the punt. It's in a pretty good spot, but a couple yards on the return. Game on the line. .138 to go. Quick throw. Completion. 5 yards for the Cardinal. 1 stop wins us our first conference championship. And we make it happen. Stanford holding that final timeout. But you can't save it for when you're on defense. You got to score now. Good coverage by Pettijohn, but the catch is made over the middle. Just over a minute to play. Stanford going to go hurry up. We can give them a little bit of space. We just can't get beat over the top. No quick scores. Here's the shot over the top. Spears gets hands on it and intercepts it. Spears has won us the pack. Just go down. Texas State are Pac-12 champions. Good coverage down the field, and these are going to be some of the final games for our safeties potentially. They are both draft eligible. They are some of the best safeties in college football. Deshaun Spears, of course, we've had for a couple seasons now. And that'll do it. Stanford had it rocking. Nickel and diming down the field. They try to go for it all. Get a ton of yards all at once, and that was their ultimate downfall. Interception to end it. It was a close game. We had opportunities. We didn't convert on all of them. A couple tough kicks for sure. But, you know, at least the first one is a kick that needs to be made inside 50. Either way, we'll take a couple more practice kicks. Maybe we think about changing kickers. That's a possibility. But we are Pac-12 champions. Our second year in the conference. We could have won it last year, but we fall short to Boise State. This year, we crush Boise State, head to the actual Pac-12 championship game now that there are 12 in the conference, and we take home a championship. That should secure a spot in the college football playoff as Deshaun Tolliver goes for 100 yards. Trey Green with a touchdown. Hilton also scored. And then defensively, a lot of TFLs. Collins led the way with 1.5 sacks for Bart Longacre. And of course, the game-winning interception for Deshaun Spears. He is draft eligible. You may be looking at some of the final games that he's going to suit up for us. He may very well declare for the draft, especially with a big play like that in a championship game. It's a possibility. But either way, we get to add... I was going to say this, but the Pac-12 championship did not pop up yet. But we're going to add the Pac-12 championship to our trophy case. And Malachi Nelson continues to set the Texas State career passing yards record. I said by the end of this series, I expect to see every Texas State all-time record broken by players in this series. Malachi Nelson's been a great player for us. There have been some ups. There have been some downs. Per usual, of course, the fans in the chat wanted to see him benched. He's thrown for 59 touchdowns. Only 13 interceptions. Is he going to play himself into being drafted? It seems unlikely at this point based on his overall, but the production has been as good as anybody. We move on. And we add another commitment. 4-star defensive tackle from West Des Moines, Iowa, Deon Tobias, is a nice add to our defensive line. I mean, let's not sleep on that. That's a 6'6", 331-pound, farm-raised, corn-fed country boy, Deon Tobias. 331 on the D-line is nice. Don Ringo is your Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Week. 3 passes defense to pair of tackles. And we are ranked as the number 10 team in the nation. College football playoff bracket. Currently has us scheduled to play Ohio State. It's not really a tremendous draw for us. People from West Des Moines aren't living on a farm. Just it's Iowa, dude. Give me a break. UCLA beats USC. I remember Dixon Agu from Tulane Dynasty. I believe. I don't want to see at least we made it in the chat. We've got a good chance to beat Ohio State. We're a top 10 team in the nation. Sam Leavitt, of course, transferred to Ohio State, and he won the Heisman. Over 5,000 passing yards, 59 touchdowns. Trades Green, round of applause, is your 2027 Mackey Award winner for the best tight end in college football. That's an amazing year. 831 yards, 14 touchdowns, over 60 catches. It's a shame we can't get Trades Green for another year. And it will be the Ohio State Buckeyes in the college football playoff. And the Heisman winner, transfer Sam Leavitt. And if you remember back to season 1, we played Arizona State and Sam Leavitt. We did not beat Arizona State, but we've got a chance to avenge that loss in a way against the Buckeyes here. Let's check out how close the Heisman race was. Yeah, unfortunately, no love for Malachi Nelson. But it looks like Ohio State has found their next Jeremiah Smith. Are you joking? Pipeline is South Florida. His hometown's Oradell, New Jersey. 5-star. Got unbelievable speed, size, catching ability, route running's maxed out. He's elusive as anything. Well, seems like he was probably a pretty huge part of Ohio State's success this year. He seems like a quality player. Had 1,400 yards, 18 touchdowns. Yeah, no, I know he's real. I'm just saying, was he born in New Jersey and then high school in South Florida? I don't know. I'm not sure. This could be a tough one for us. I'd be the first to admit. We have Tactician. We can upgrade the O-line slightly. That could be the difference. That could be the difference. Now we might beat Ohio State. This could be a tough game. We'll take a look at our early National Signing Day. Rafael Hua, 5-star athlete, tight end, or maybe something else. 6'4", 266 from Bloomington, Indiana. Has star dev. Could be a special receiver for us. Impact for 5-star edge, Anthony Gallipo. And elite for 5-star safety, Terrell DeVree. LaMarcus Awe only has normal. Of course, he lost out on Timmy Bitonio. And our latest commit, Dion Tobias, has impact. Still going after a number of other players. I don't believe we're going to get Lester Doucette. They've been allowed to recruit him while we were unable to. Feels like an unfair advantage. But this is going to end up being a really nice class. Right now, in the pack, we are ranked near the bottom half. Or in the bottom half, right? Near the bottom. We only have 5 total. But the 5 are 3 5-stars and 2 4-stars. Nationally, we are one of just 4 schools to sign 3 or more 5-stars. Let that sink in for a moment. Nebraska is one of the other teams, too. We nearly had Bitonio. We nearly had more. Would have been an awesome class. Still is an awesome class. Derek Bohannon. Kyle Abel to Oklahoma. Marshall Faulk to Texas. Reggie Hemphill maps. Miles Austin. But we are going to be playing in the college football playoff. I don't think we have to worry about replacing anybody on our staff. Coach Prestige is going to continue to go up. And we could pull off the upset of a lifetime here. Kentucky Colonel with the 25 bomb. If you guys ever want to show up, twitch.tv/Bengal. Link is in the description. You can watch and hang out with us live. It's a ton of fun. Ohio State is a 90 overall. We're an 89. I don't know if we're like a true 89, but we are an 89. Let's put them in the, where are the black uniforms? Are those not in the game? No, they're right there. This will be a fun matchup. This is a team we can beat. Just got to be confident. This is a team we can beat. We are the best team in college football. We need to have that mindset. We need to go out. We need to get it done. Oh, it's a home game for Ohio State. That's right. Well, that's less than ideal. That is, that really, yeah, I forgot about that. The Buckeyes take the field. However, we are playing in the college football playoff for the first time in the history of Texas State. Gene Dangus has done what Gene Dangus does. Brought a team to the playoff. And we're going to be beating this team. Ohio State had a heck of a season. You won 10 games in the Big Ten. Congratulations. Your season ends today. Colin Wilson gets nothing. Maybe should have taken that outside. Stadium Pulse going crazy. Ranked number 3 in the country. Quick throw to Bickley. He's going to make the catch. Gain of 3. It's 3rd and 7. Can they stop Trades Green? Pressure. Barely able to get the throw off. What happened here? They rushed 4 and the right side of the line got caved in instantly. You see 2 cut blocks attempted. It didn't go well. You can see their committed recruits. One of them, 5-star Timmy Batonio, was down to Texas State and Ohio State. We're sticking with Feeney at kicker. Can he make the kick to put us ahead for the lead? No good. Wide right. And he has missed his last 3. What do college kickers do? Miss, unfortunately. It's time to make a change. Ramon Rosales is into the game at kicker. Gage Feeney, take a minute to think about it. That's what we've got to do. We've missed 3 kicks in a row. It's time to make a change, but our defense made a stop. We're knocking on the door again. Can we convert? Going to change the call from the sideline. We're trying to run the football, but there's nowhere to go. Ohio State is too big, too fast, too strong up front. 2nd and 12. Here's 2nd and 12. Going to dial up a screen. Jeremy Payne's able to get some yards, but there's a flag. I think this one's coming back. It's a hold. Trevor Szymanski Makes it 2nd and 22. We're having some trouble here on the road. Gonna get some of that back, though. Ryan Niblett makes it 3rd and 12. You got a new kicker into the game, so that is going to pose its own problems if we can't pick up 12 here. And it's obviously unlikely that we're going to be able to, but Malachi Nelson's uncovered! Nelson takes off, lowers the shoulder, stood up, but gets into the end zone. Touchdown, Malachi Nelson! The athleticism from Texas State's all-time leading passer has put us on top here on the road. Tough competition, tough environment, but Malachi Nelson is tougher. Going through all of Ohio State and the state of Ohio to make that happen. 2nd quarter. 3rd and 5 for the Buckeyes. Sam Levitt, of course, the transfer quarterback, will throw to the end zone. Exodus Ayers with hands on it, and he takes it away. Interception for the Bobcats. Exodus Ayers says, I don't want this to be my final game at Texas State. We got a long season ahead of us. Exodus Ayers with the end zone interception. He gives us the football back. Levitt kind of looked panicked in the pocket, launching it towards the end zone. Ohio State fans are starting to worry. But a Malachi Nelson interception to Jalen McClain gives Ohio State the football right back. Heisman-winning quarterback with a second chance. 2nd and 6. They're going to run the ball. 3rd and inches. Josh Harris got a pretty decent bit of yardage there. Read option. No one for Sam Levitt. Touchdown, Buckeyes. I don't think there was anybody that had any idea how to defend that on the defense there. Sam Levitt with a great read on read option. Strickland did not take a good enough angle. We got a tie game in Columbus. But we are driving. 3rd and 5, 3 minutes to go in the first half. They're pressing on the outside. I don't think Niblett can hear the adjustment. Nelson going down. It's a 54-yarder. New kicker into the game. Can he make it? He's going to get the opportunity. Just a bit to the left there. And it's going to stay at 7. But we get the football back. Because Ohio State had a 44-yard touchdown to Caleb Dubois. 1:25 to tie here in the first half. Little check down to Eugene Hilton Jr. Got plenty of time here. We're not going to collapse because we've had a bit of a setback. We're going to rise above it. Jeremy Payne makes the catch. I'm not sure we can trust the new kicker either. I'm going to be the first to say it. Trey'Dez Green. Big truck from Trey'Dez! More like Truck-Dez Green, am I right? Whew. I'm on fire right now. We're going to call a timeout. Trey'Dez did not get out of bounds. 41 seconds to go. I'm not sure what field goal range is here on the road at Ohio State. Seems like our kickers are fairly rattled. Launching it up for Hilton. He can't reel it in. Every slant was covered. We just took a shot. We're lucky to still have possession. 35 seconds on the clock. Check down to the back. Payne makes a man miss, but cannot get the first down. We're going to be forced to call our second timeout. 3rd and inches. Trades Green is going to be the recipient. Trades Green has pretty good speed. He steps out of bounds. That's going to stop the clock. 23 seconds to go here in the first half. Trying to come away with 6. 7. Even. If we could be so lucky. There's the back. Payne makes the catch. He's going to be knocked out of bounds at the 10-yard line. Okay, we're moving the ball here fairly well. Trades Green can't hear the adjustment. I don't know what route he's running. We're going to give him a chance, though. Green cannot reel it in. It bounces across his chest and helmet. He won't come down with it. 14 seconds to go. We still have that timeout. Going back to Trades Green. He makes the catch. We're going to be forced to call our final timeout. From the 8-yard line. We can't get sacked. Trades Green, high point, bouncing around, incomplete. We're going to bring the kicker back out. Rosales missed from deep earlier. This one should be a bit more manageable. Here's the kick. No good, off the upright. How far over do we have to move the arrow? Oh, man. 4th down alert. Keep this drive alive. What about a field goal from out here? 4th and inches. We got to run the ball here. Can they hear the adjustment? It doesn't appear that they can. We're going to have to snap it. Here's 4th and inches. Trades Green, just make the catch. He can't reel it in. Ohio State forces the turnover on downs. Third and 4. Good pressure. Pass falls incomplete. And it looks like Ohio State will punt. Deshaun Herman. How about a block kick here? We need points. Badly. We're not going to get them. 3rd and 19, though. Ohio State still on the edge of field goal range. Strickland playing in one of his final games as a Texas State Bobcat. Gonna blitz! Gonna miss Levitt! He throws over the middle. It's caught by Ohio State. It's gonna be 4th and 1. They're gonna bring out the kicker to try and make this a 2-possession game. It's roughing the kicker. It can't be roughing the kicker here! Josh Greenlaw for the 2nd time this year. We are falling apart at Ohio State. Falling apart. Screen. Ringo diving, saves a touchdown. 2nd and goal. Got to be aware of read option here. Running back gets it. We're all over it. Third and goal. RPO. Back gets the give. Nowhere to go. 10 rushes for 4 yards. Ohio State is going to leave the offense out on the field. Throw over the middle. Good coverage. It's going to stay a 1-possession game. Waning moments of the 3rd quarter. What a stop from the defense. There's Trades Green. He makes the catch. That ends the third quarter. We need to find the end zone. Fourth quarter in Columbus. A college football playoff quarterfinal appearance on the line. We've won the time of possession battle. We've outrushed them. We have more yards per play. Interesting kind of salute there. This is it. Fourth quarter. Do we have what it takes? Throwing. Niblett makes the catch. Works back to the football. 2nd and 2. Quick throw to Tolliver. He's going to move the chains for us. What do we need to focus on doing? 2nd and 2. We don't need 20 yards. Just get 2. It's not 2nd and 20. Just get the 2. Payne's got 12 for 63. Is that enough? 2nd and 8. I think we're going to need to lean on him a little bit more. Eugene Hilton Jr. makes the catch, gets the first. Inside 9 minutes now. Trades Green cannot make the catch. He has been a dominant player for us all season. Here's the difference. We haven't played a team like Ohio State. Trades has beaten up on some of these worst teams, but struggling today. We got to keep feeding the big man, though. He's the Mackey Award winner for a reason. Going to the back. Colin Wilson, nowhere to go. We're going to lose a yard. He's got to get to the goal line so we can be in field goal range. However, we just got to line it up. 3rd and 18 is going to be pretty tough. Here it is. Can't get a yard. We're gonna leave Ramon Rosales out here. We're gonna try another one. We've missed quite a few here recently. From deep. Kick is good. Ramon Rosales drills. Down by 4, though. Let's take a second look at this beauty. Nearly blocked. Never a doubt. It's a big kick. 7 minutes on the clock. Defense gonna need to make a stop. 4:43 to go. 3rd and 10. We're gonna run the ball. We've got to wrap up. We've got to wrap up. We do. 4th and 8. And we just had a 51-yard rush by Jeremy Payne. Down by 7. Colin Wilson into the game. There's Eugene Hilton Jr. Quickly approaching the 2-minute timeout. I don't know the buttons. Nelson gonna get sacked. Gonna go hurry up. Over the middle, Raheem Bickley. First down. That's the 2-minute timeout. Down by 7. We need to find the end zone. We still have 3 timeouts, but obviously not a spot where we can ever consider going for the field goal. Trades Green over the middle. First down, Texas State. The reason we're hurrying up here, I don't want to risk not getting it and then having no time. Catch made by Niblett. But maybe we just need to play for overtime. We have 3 timeouts, but I also don't want to give Ohio State the football back if we're able to score. Crowd getting loud here on the road. Nelson stepping up. Nelson with space, stepping out. 1st and goal, Texas State. First and goal for the Bobcats. Eugene Hilton Jr. in motion. He's going to get the ball. Juke back inside. And he's going to go down at the 2. Could try going back to that. I don't know how well it's going to work against Ohio State. It is Ryan Niblett, though. He's our fastest receiver. He's our most elusive player on the entire team. Here he comes in motion. Niblett with space. Niblett, touchdown! Ryan Niblett going to give us a very interesting decision. A 2-point conversion to potentially win the game here. It's interesting that those are tracking as incomplete passes. Ultimately, I think our defense has played great. I'm going to trust the defense. Extra point to tie. It's good. 17-17. That was a 99-yard drive. 9 plays, 99 yards. $21 seconds to go. 0 seconds to go. We are headed to overtime here in the college football playoff. We battled back. I get going for 2. Our defense has just played so well. We've left points on the table with missed kicks. I think we've been the better team today. I truly believe that. Texas State's won the toss. We're going to start with defense. Ohio State holding an eat 'em up sign. Even they don't want the Buckeyes to win. Here we go. Overtime. College football playoff first round. Let's get a stop. Don Ringo with good coverage. Only 2 for the Buckeyes. Back to his own look. 2nd and 8. Throw over the middle. Complete. There's the big-time receiver that we really have not seen very much of today. It's a big gain for Ohio State. And this is what we didn't want to see. It's a first down. It's going to be QB blast. It's going to be an Ohio State touchdown. That was not great from our defense. We had looked good. And now no longer. That was way too easy. 24-17. We need a touchdown. We know what we need. The crowd's not even loud. Just snap the ball. Nelson stepping up. Malachi Nelson with decent speed here. Nelson down to the 5-yard line. You get worried about the carrying there, but Malachi Nelson, he brought us here. I'm going to give him the right to try to punch that in, maybe. Kind of stacking the box here. First and goal from the 5. Run to Payne. Jeremy Payne, touchdown. That was too easy. Do we go for 2? I don't think so. I don't think so. Extra point is good. We're going to start double OT with the ball. Here's the reason why we didn't go for it if you want the in-game press conference. We just scored in 2 plays. We were unstoppable. I kind of think we can just drive down the field and do it again and see if our defense will have a better chance. And that is a not good result. Jeremy Payne did not pick up the most important block. And now we're in trouble. Yes, they did too. But our defense has played well against them all game. I'm hoping they can, given a second chance. Listen, I'm playing to win the game. I'm going to make the call that we think is best. Here's 3rd and 6. Quick throw to Eugene Hilton Jr. First down. Going to try Ryan Niblett again. Hopefully Payne does not whiff the block this time. He whiffed it again. Pick up the block! There's one guy! Second and 14. That's open. Deshaun Tolliver! Stiff arming touchdown! Finally, he makes a play in this game. Deshaun Tolliver underneath, running by everybody, fighting to the end zone. Now we will be forced to go for 2. It's about that time. We'll see what the result maybe would have been had we decided to go for it earlier. Here's the play. Stepping up, Nelson walks in. 2-point conversion is good. Texas State fans going crazy. Come on, defense. One stop to end it. Ohio State needs a touchdown and a 2-point conversion. Collins trying to get to the quarterback. Levitt ends up getting a yard, nearly sacked. That's a positive play for us. We'll take that. Honestly, might play to double 11 here. 3rd and 1. Quick 3 and out. If Ohio State goes 3 and out, I'll give you $1 million. Here's 3rd and 1. It's a run. Get out there! Spears forces him out of bounds, but it's a big gain for the Buckeyes. First and goal. Throw. Caught. Touchdown. I don't know that our defense can hang with this version of Ohio State. Two-point conversion to tie. For the college football playoff first round, nobody's close. (32-32). I mean, literally not even close here. Exodus Ayers, living up to his name. But a lot of air in between him and the receiver. And Exodus, yeah, well, he absolutely left the man. He wasn't in man coverage, but that's tough. Overtime, number 3. It's 2-point conversions only. Here we go. Let's get a stop. Here's a throw! 2-point is good for the Buckeyes. Gosh. Man, our defense has been abysmal in OT. We need the 2-point to tie. I don't feel great about it. Over the middle. Caught Eugene Hilton Jr. 34-34. Quadruple overtime in the first round of the college football playoff. Back-to-back possessions for us here. (34-34). We need 2. Over the middle, Deshaun Tolliver. 2-point is good. We take the lead. (36-34) Texas State. One stop. One stop. Come on. One stop. One play. I mean, RPO. It's going to be a run. Change of direction. 2-point is good for the Buckeyes. Oh, man. We can't stop them right now, man. Run, pass, doesn't matter. Is this quintuple overtime? I just can't get there. Our zone defense on the goal line is not working at all, but neither is man. And those are really the only options. That really feels like a lot in the box. For the game, to stay alive, Nelson flushed out, Malachi Nelson gets in. 38-38. Oh my goodness. None of these teams can make a stop in overtime. Trying to run it. Payne shut down. He's run the ball so well the entire game. He's averaging 8.5 per carry. And on the most important carry of the game, he's shut down.
Okay, ready?
We need a stop, or else we lose. 38-38. It's QB blast! It's lit up by Ringo! Pettijohn to finish. Our first stop of OT comes right after we get stopped. They tried to get crazy with Levitt. It didn't work. They're going to throw. Levitt to throw. We've got to protect the goal line. Ohio State takes the lead. 40-38. Going back to the pass. Looks like they're doubling Tolliver. Stepping up, Nelson will go down. And Ohio State has won the overtime thriller. Yeah, we couldn't do it forever against this team. Sam Levitt is your player of the game. And our season has come to an end. But what a season 3 it was. That's as many overtimes as I think I've ever played. It's an unbelievable finish. Credit to Ohio State. I don't know what we can do there differently. I'm telling my team to play underneath in these spots. And look how many overtimes this was. I'm telling them to play underneath, and consistently, they're just leaving a ton of space. I'm pressing them, I'm saying play underneath, and they're just not getting up on a receiver. And we weren't running man. Let's see if we had any options here. No, it didn't really look like it. Unless maybe we could throw to Tolliver absolutely right away, but he's doubled. That's just good defense. Credit to the Buckeyes. Our season is over. Ryan Niblett did set the Texas State single-season receptions record. And yeah, that was a great game. I know, obviously, there's the should've, like, in hindsight, armchair quarterbacks, head coach is saying we should have gone for it at some point. But, I mean, it's one play to end the game. I thought based on our four-quarter performance prior to OT that we would be able to look a little bit better on defense. But Swiss cheese in OT. I gambled on the defense that held them, the Heisman-winning quarterback, to just 17 points in the entire game. Yeah, missing the kicks is ultimately a big factor. We didn't really have the kick accuracy that I wanted to, and man, it's tough when you're playing the number 3 ranked stadium, trying to drill from 50 plus. It's a challenge. It really is. It is a challenge, and that's the range on a lot of those kicks. You know, we didn't miss from makeable distances very often, but to go 1 for 3 with Ramon Rosales, that's rough. And you can see the field goals attempted here. We missed with Feeney. This one was tough because you're on the hash, and you've got to push the arrow on the road so far. Like, so far to the point where my head tells me I'm going to miss the kick if I push that far to the right or the left. And then it still ends up missing near post. And then, of course, we missed, you know, from super deep. So it's an unfortunate happenstance. We shanked one. I got to be better in these spots. I usually am. I wasn't today. But I think we played a better team about as well as we could have. You know, we went to as many overtimes. It was one of the craziest games I think I've ever played in any series ever. But we didn't get the result we wanted. And we'll move on to Season 4. You know, excited about the potential of this team. I think we were about a year early at least to be competing in a game like that. And hopefully we don't lose the entirety of our best players in the portal, because yes, these are players that may look to transfer due to playstyle or pro potential or playing time. I get that. This is not factoring the players that are going to graduate. The players that are going to declare for the draft early. We are probably about to lose a real amount of talent. But I think even playing in a college football playoff game like that, we're going to increase our team prestige as Clemson has won the national championship, defeating USC 26-8. Dave Aranda, by the way, is the new head coach at Clemson. It's no longer Dabo Swinney. See if there are any interesting staff moves here. Ooh. Nebraska head coach John Sumrall leaving Tulane, who we saw play USC in the college football playoff. He's headed to Nebraska. Matt Rule got fired. He's going to UConn. Man, what an arc for Matt Rule with Baylor and then the Panthers and then Nebraska and now UConn after getting fired. Mario Cristobal is gone. And the new head coach for Alabama is Manny Diaz. Tosh Lapoy takes the head coach job at Illinois. Where's Brett Bielema? Bill O'Brien has taken the head coach job at Colorado. Oh my goodness. Jeff Choate, DC job at Iowa. We replaced him at Nevada, of course, last year in College Football 25. Steve Belichick going back to New England. This time as the head coach of Boston College. Oh my goodness. Greg Schiano is back as a head coach. Pitt and then Buffalo. Oh my goodness. Well, very successful season 3. There's no way around it. It was a great year for us. We're up to a 3-star school, but this is where we're going to get hit hard. Players leaving. Deshaun Spears going to the NFL with zero chance of being persuaded. He was a great player for us. He really, really was. He was asked to do a lot of different things. I think reacted well. That is a huge loss. Alan Grimm. Barry Noel wants to transfer. You could be a starter. He wants to be closer to home. Well, why did you commit here? Tyrone Browning, Garrett Warrior, Ashton Heflin, Jeremy Jackson, and Roosevelt Barnett. All slated to leave. At quarterback, Malachi Nelson graduates. I said I didn't think he'd be drafted. He's not going to get drafted. Not a high enough overall, but was incredibly productive here in the pack. Tyrone Browning had his moments for us in Season 2, but he's gone. He's not been persuaded. As Darion Dupree and Jeremy Payne also graduate. Ryan Niblett, nice year for us, but he's graduating as well. Jake Simpson, Ty Stamey graduating, and Trey'Dez Green likely to be drafted. What a season for him. Ubra Django graduates. Alan Grimm has decided to stay. That's a redshirt sophomore that we're going to be able to keep now. That's actually a nice add back. Good depth. Tree Babalade is graduating. At right guard, our highest rated offensive lineman for Season 2, not Season 3, has graduated. Wyatt Minor joins him. Barry Noel. I've talked about him a lot. Shockingly. He's got really good potential for us. He really does. He wants to go back home. Can we convince him otherwise? No. The redshirt freshman at a 77 overall is likely going closer to home in Indiana. Jeremy Jackson has not been persuaded. Kyron Borda was such a great player for us. He was awesome. He put up some really good numbers. I think he was our most consistent defensive lineman over his career here. Put up as many as 11 sacks in 2027. He had an awesome career. He will be missed. He's graduated. Joining him is transfer Francis Brewu. Garrett Warrior did play style. Is transferring out. Chance Johnson, Aiden Jones, gone. Ashton Heflin, gone. Cole Nils, gone. And then at corner, Malik Willis, never played. But Zabian Brown, going to be a first-round pick. Jalen Braxton, to be a first-round pick. And Exodus Ayers, our top 3 corners are gone. Chase Davis and Deshaun Spears will be joining them. Well, Chase Davis won't be drafted, but he'll be gone. Deshaun Spears headed to the NFL. No chance to persuade. He is gone. That's tough. That is tough. So we're losing a lot of talent here. A lot of our top-rated players. We're going to need to hit the portal really hard, like always, if we're going to have, any chance to be back in the college football playoff next season, hopefully with a better chance to win the national championship. Getting Radarius Lehman might be nice. And also, you will notice, because Malachi Nelson has graduated, I actually thought we had a really good chance to lose Julian Duggar in the portal. He has decided to stick around, and he wants to be the starter. He is good. He is a lefty, though, which is a little bit weird in this game. We've had a lot of errors with that already. But Julian Duggar sticking around actually gives us a decent chance at quarterback. However, I think I'm going to be looking for competition. Braxton goes round 1. Zabian Brown round 1. Spears in round 2. Tradius Green goes in the 5th. Tree Babalade, Exodus Ayers, Jeremy Payne, and Francis Brewu all get drafted. Nice. A lot of those players were not expected to get drafted, and they did get drafted. Let's go ahead and try to hit the portal hard. We have way more hours now. Our school has improved a lot from playing in the college football playoff. Brand exposure's up slightly to a C+. Pro potential maybe isn't the best, but it's better than it has been. Coach prestige is now up to an A. And program tradition, I think, is up from an F to a D. Right? What's the portal got for us? Hopefully some of the best players. Ooh. This is a player we've played before. Ooh. The number 1 portal player is a red shirt, or, well, a transfer sophomore, from Tennessee. David Sanders Jr. Yes. But Duncan Grant is a player that we played at Colorado State. He's one of the top players in the portal. That would be good competition, if nothing else. Bryce Underwood is in the portal. Okay. We do need help at corner. Josiah Edmond would be a fantastic addition. Ooh, the portal's got some really good players in here. We do need help at safety now. Transfer freshman 4-star Gadget. Stealing him from Boise. We're going to take a look at these guys. But the portal right now looks really good for a lot of the positions that we need. I feel like I remember going after Clay and Gold. And we could absolutely dominate the portal. This could be a really... I remember going after D'Angelo Malk. This could be a really good transfer portal window for us. A lot of offensive linemen that want to help us out. That's the big thing. That's where we need to improve a ton. And I think we're going to be able to. A lot of DBs that want to help us. This could be a really big window. And we might even be able to scout some of these guys. We do land a commitment from 4-star receiver Kyan Daniel from Milwaukee. He's a gadget receiver. He's actually very interesting. He's got 90 speed, 89 throw power. So maybe he could be a useful Wildcat player. And we actually unlock Master Motivator. The transfer portal is going to be really weird We're actually in the lead on Duncan Grant. And we're pacing... We have D+ coach stability. What? Do we have coordinators leave or something? Because it was higher than that recently. These are our guys. I don't know that the coach stability is a D. We've had these guys for a little bit now. But we're handling the portal pretty well so far. And he probably likes playing style, but I don't know that for sure. Reinhardt or Pullman. Probably the 4-star high schooler, I would say. Put points on him. Be good to add to the backfield. And then we've got Lorenzo Webb. 6'4", 202. It's either him or a couple receivers out of the portal that I didn't put any points on in week 1. So it may already be too late. And it wouldn't be. I could still get Lamar Austin. And I really only want one more receiver. It's probably got to be Lamar Austin. He's a transfer freshman with takeoff, 94 spectacular catch, 93 speed, 95 acceleration. He looks insane. It's kind of a tough spot on Lorenzo Webb. Because I do want to get him, but I just don't think it's going to happen. Looking good on Kevin Spriggs, to be honest. What about OT? Looking really good here. Looking really good. Got to get a week 2 visit. And ideally, we get an offensive guard on campus with him as well. And a center even, too, would be nice. It's Coach Prestige. So we're going to set this up. And, you know, hopefully we get in a pretty good position here to really upgrade our O-line. And also, really upgrade our entire team. So, we'll set this up and see what we're looking like. We do add Raydarius Lehman at center, but we lost a lot of these battles in the portal. David Sanders Jr. picks Ole Miss. We lost a lot of these. Josiah Edmond picks Notre Dame. You can see in the bottom right just how close these were. Rashad Johnson picks SMU. Didn't recruit him. Duncan Grant to Georgia. Yeah. I mean, these 5 are really big transfer portal players to miss out on. And now it's week 4 of 4. We missed out on the quarterback, which makes sense. Even though we had a chance to start. Missed out on Rashad Johnson. We're locked out on a number of others, but missing out on Josiah Edmond is the one that upsets me probably the most. Because, you know, corner is not that good of a position for us. Although playing time has increased now on Lorenzo Webb. Somehow, which means he would be interested in playing for us. And it's a good thing I didn't take the points off of Lamar Austin because the Aggies are making a push. And this is a player that I think could be a superstar for us. A legitimate superstar. We've got to get him. Lamar Austin would be sweet. And 2 South Carolina receivers we could bring in. Trying to limp to the finish line for a lot of these. And that was not the right sell. Gambled on a few of these. And that's why I was telling the chat. Like, you need to double soft sell from week 1. You need to. Because if you don't know their interest, it's going to be basically impossible to get these guys to commit. You need to know their interest. And there were a lot of spots where we just didn't know their interest. So we tried to guess. And that just does not work. And we can't even hard sell there. Which actually might work to our benefit. Can't even hard sell here either. No, we can. This one might be winnable. He might like playing style, though, which means this sell is going to be really bad. Probably that. That's D+, D+, A+. That's not good. So, I mean, we're doing the best we can. But if, you know, the Longhorns or somebody else is going to come in here and say, hey, we want that player more, we just probably don't have a chance. So we've given it our best shot, and our best oftentimes is just not good enough. What can you do? We have simulated to the end of the transfer portal, and this is what it looks like. We do add 4-star receiver Lorenzo Webb. He decided that he didn't really care about playing time anymore. That's not true, but it did improve to a B for whatever reason. Lamar Austin is a huge get. I think he could be a superstar for us. But we're going to be doing pretty well here. Kevin Springs out of Carmel, Indiana. Seth Reinhardt. We've got a lot of 4-stars in this class. This is going to end up being a really, really good class. Maybe not top 5 or top 10. But this is what a top 25 class looks like. No question. Blue Dantzler, heck of a name. We do add depth at quarterback. There's a 4-star right tackle, Jesse Perry, out of the portal. We didn't get everybody that we went after, but we've done really well with a decent amount of 5-stars, like 3, a pretty good amount of 4-stars, and then a lot of 3-stars. Again, didn't get everybody, but that is a great, great class for us. Our team's going to get a huge boost in the offseason, and let's take a look at National Signing Day. At quarterback, we get Kevin Beckett out of the portal. He's a 2-star. He's got normal dev. Seth Reinhardt made a big fuss about playtime. We added 1 running back. He was not down for it. He's a 4-star. He's got normal dev. At receiver, Kyan Daniel has normal. Lorenzo Webb has normal. Lamar Austin gets impact, but could be an impact player for us. At tight end, Kevin Spriggs, the gem, gets impact. And we know it's star for Rafael Hua that may play tight end, may play something else. An offensive tackle, Jesse Perry, impact. Star for Pierre Earl, the transfer freshman, that could be huge. Impact for Caden Massey. Got a lot of depth on the O-line now. Got Jordan Morris with normal. Missed everybody else at guard. Raydarius Lehman has normal. A lot of normal dev. Lippo, impact. LaMarcus Awe, normal. Blue Dantzler, impact. Normal for Jaquan Mason. Deion Tobias has impact. And then at linebacker, we did get Deion Williams. He's got only normal. Missed out on Mesa and Elmore and Davis. But we did get John Victor with impact. At corner, we did get Reggie Reshad for depth. He's got normal. We lost out on D'Angelo Mauk, who has star. Free safety, Jose Alves for depth has normal. We knew Terrell DeVry has elite, and we didn't add a specialist in this cycle. Overall, the class ranks number 11, and that's with 22. If we had signed 30, we may have been top 5, actually. We may have been top 5. It's a heck of a class for us. It's not top 5, but that is a huge class, easily the best we've ever had. Let's go ahead and change positions, and I will show you here before we cut it to save time. What overall is Rafael Hua? He does have star dev, 85 speed, 83 acceleration, 87 agility. What else can you do? You're assuming defense, right? Got 75 trucking, 80 stamina. Is he a defensive end? He is. Or he could play linebacker at 6'4", 266. Now, he has no physical ability, so there's no problem with even testing where he can play. What does he look like off the edge? We shall see. Over there, he's a 77 overall. We're going to see. Because we got another tight end in the cycle. Kevin Spriggs, who's a 75 with good speed. And we could move a receiver over as well. Hua has 85 speed, 83 acceleration, only 67 power moves, but 77 finesse moves, 73 block shed, 87 tackle, 80 hit power, 83 pursuit, 71 zone, 84 catching, of course, he's a tight end. Okay, he's got very high tackling. And good speed, and he's very tall. Two-way player? Although moving him back to tight end, he's an 81 overall. As a true freshman. 82 catch in traffic, 80 spectacular catch, good route running-ish. Could be a weapon for us. And tight end's actually pretty useful so far, we've noticed in this playbook. You can play linebackers at tight end. That makes it interesting. We're gonna think about it. Okay. Dev trait upgrade for Deshaun Tolliver is very interesting. I keep saying I think he's gonna be a star. Well, what's happening with Coach Dangus? We're not gonna focus on that. We basically got no backup quarterback with Kevin Beckett. 33 points for Duggar. 32 for Wilson. LJ Johnson's basically capped out, so those 22 shouldn't matter all that much. At receiver, Eugene Hilton Jr., 34. 42 for Bickley. 49 for Lamar Austin. And 60 for new star dev junior Deshaun Tolliver. Could be a true breakout coming for him. At tight end, I've moved some receivers over. Tito Redwine, Floyd Ajabo, just for depth. We're probably going to start the freshman. Szymanski has 36. Pierre Earl and Chuck Smythe both have 65 and 66. Earl, the transfer, could make a real push to play. 27 for Grimm. One of those guys might end up starting at guard. At center, nothing crazy. Nothing crazy at tackle, just, solid. I see 56, but raw strength makes those go very quickly. Charlie Collins, 41. Bart Longacre, 32. A lot of these guys do end up playing. Akindele, the redshirt freshman, has 61. That may make him very interesting. Not a lot going on at D-tackle. Maybe Fangupo takes a big jump. Linebacker's tough for us. Ringo, I was hoping for more than 23. Pettijohn, 28. At corner, Josh Greenlaw, 55, should make him very good. Corner is a very weak position for us this year. Although Powell has 53. I anticipate Micah Strickland's going to play corner for us. And we're going to need somebody else to jump in at safety. Will Mitchell is 72. His skill caps are probably terrible. Deshaun Herman, I moved to safety from linebacker. He's got 35. Tavares Brink gets 49. The kickers are basically accuracy maxed out. But let's go ahead and upgrade this team and see what it looks like. After training, we are a 91 overall. Raheem Bickley, considering a transfer due to playing style. But I don't know that we're actually as good as we were last year. The overall is nice. We have a shocking amount of depth in a bad way. Oh, DJ Acho. Oh, we recruited him and he picked somewhere else. Did he not make the cut and they cut him? Okay, we've got a little bit more depth at quarterback now. That's weird. How often does that happen? Can't be that often. But we're going to keep the entire roster together. So I guess it's the case where if you offer players without scholarships, they decide that it's the right decision to join the program. Well, either way, we're 91 overall. I'm not sure we're actually as good as we were last year. The pack, we could afford to get a bit better here. I know UNLV just joined the conference, but we could add some stronger competition. Maybe not this year, but I think maybe Oregon, USC, UCLA, Washington come back now that the conference is actually starting to get strong again. I suppose that's an option. But we're going to get ready for season number 4. I appreciate you guys watching the video. We should be on cruise control this next season. We did win the pack barely over Stanford in year 3. The team on paper looks a bit better overall wise, but it really isn't, in my opinion. And I think having the lefty quarterback is going to pose a real threat to our success. However, the offensive line is as good as it has been. We're going to potentially move some of these positions around a little bit, but the offensive line, for the most part, looks incredible. Deshaun Tolliver is only an 84, but he's got gold cutter, as I guess he has. And that's got a chance to go up to platinum. He's only an 84 overall, but he's faster this season. He's got better hands. He's a better route runner, 93 medium route running. And going into his junior season, he's got some pretty big expectations, but I expect him to be back for his senior season, where I feel like he could truly produce at an incredible rate. Bickley's got platinum 50-50. Lamar Austin is our highest rated receiver now out of the portal. He looks amazing. Silver takeoff, very good speed, amazing spectacular catch, good deep route running, good release. We could be cooking this year. Our defense is where we might run into some problems. Deshaun Herman. Someone really hated that I pronounced it that way, but I mean, how many last names do you know with German? I don't know. Could be a Spanish last name, even though Deshaun, I don't know. Micah Strickland, I think, will probably end up playing corner because corner looks really bad. Josh Greenlaw is about a year away, probably, from being a really good player. I said I think he's going to end up being a first-round draft pick at corner. I still stand by that, but he's got a little bit of a ways to go. So hopefully he comes back for his senior year. Linebacker is better than it ever has been with Don Ringo at an 89 overall. Riley Pettijohn going into his senior season. But we've got some legitimate holes, and I can't wait to see what this season looks like. This should be our best recruiting season ever. We should actually get ready to establish ourselves as one of the powerhouses of college football. That's where this is trending. Ranked as the number 17 team in the country, we're ready to win the national championship in the next 2 seasons. But thank you so much for watching the video. Hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next one. Take it easy.